More local news every day. You're watching Fox 4 at 4.
Polls are open across North Texas, and despite low turnout overall,
more local news every day. You're watching Fox 4 at 4.
polls are open across North Texas, and despite low turnout overall, we are seeing lines this afternoon at polling sites in Collin County. Hi, I'm Clarice Tinsley. Thanks for joining us on Fox 4 at 4. We'll look at state and local races in this hour after we look at some of the national races grabbing headlines. Also today, tributes and perspective on the legacy of former Vice President Dick Cheney, the one-time North Texan considered by many to be the most influential vice president in United States history. And Jerry Jones made some big moves ahead of the NFL trade deadline. Mike Ducey breaks down what it means for the Cowboys' struggling defense. First up, North Texans are heading to the polls today to vote on several state and local propositions. There are 17 amendments to the state constitution, along with a special election for state senate and District 9 in Tarrant County. For example, Proposition 14 will provide $3 billion over 10 years for dementia and Alzheimer's research. People in several cities are voting on issues including mayors, city council members, bond elections, tax rates, and school boards. There are also plenty of races across the United States to watch as well. Fox 4's Shaun Rabb joins us now. He's tracking those key races nationwide. Happy Election Day, Shaun.
Yes, happy Election Day. Hope everyone has already voted. Not too late if you haven't, but handful of big political litmus test type races across the country worth watching, starting with the mayor's race in the largest city in America. In New York, Democrat Zohran Mamdani has been leading in the polls in the race for mayor against former Democrat Governor Andrew Cuomo. Cuomo resigned his post under the weight of sexual harassment allegations. The third candidate, Republican and founder of the Guardian Angels, Curtis Sliwa. Mamdani, a self-proclaimed socialist, has focused on the cost of living in the Big Apple. Cuomo picking up the endorsement of President Donald Trump. And if he wins, it would be a historic political comeback. But if Mamdani is the choice of voters, he would become the first Muslim mayor of New York City, his political beliefs under attack from his opponents and the president.
In New York City, you've got a self-proclaimed socialist, who's leading the pack will probably win the mayor's race in New York City. On the national elections, I think the thing to watch is the spin will be magnificent. You will see professional spinning like you've never seen it before tonight, no matter how these elections turn out. I think the Democrats will certainly claim victory and claim that now they have cracked the code to win the midterms. But if the Democrats lose in New Jersey, it'll be another day of reckoning.
Well, that reference to New Jersey is the race for governor there. Republican Jack Ciattarelli in his third try for the governor's seat against former Navy helicopter pilot, Democrat Mickey Sherrill. Now, Sherrill's endorsed by former President Barack Obama. Ciattarelli with the backing of President Donald Trump. Both candidates have lashed at the other. Ciattarelli's narrowed Sherrill's lead in the last days leading up to Election Day. And Virginia has a big race for governor also. There, they'll elect the first woman as governor. The leading candidates, both female. Of course, in California, Prop 50, which would allow California to redraw congressional district lines to favor Democrats in response to what Texas did during the special session, redrawing lines to favor Republicans. Going to be a big political night in our America.
All right, lots to look at and watch out for. Thank you so much.
Okay.
You'll keep us informed. If you need a ride to the polls today, it's easy. There are so many options across North Texas. Trinity Metro's offering free rides to and from voting locations in Tarrant County. All you have to do is tell the driver you are going to vote. The Denton County Transportation Authority is also offering rides. Just select a polling location in the Go Zone app and tell your driver that is where you are headed. DART buses and trains will also help voters get to their polling locations for free. Just show your voter registration card. Fox Local is your home for election coverage here in Texas and around the nation. You can get a full breakdown of what's on your ballot, where to vote, and this year's key races. Once polls close, watch the results as they come in along with analysis from the Fox 4 team. Our special coverage starts at 7 p.m. You can get the Fox Local app for free on your phone and TV. Former Vice President Dick Cheney died at the age of 84. Cheney served in Congress and served in powerful positions in the White House for multiple administrations, including vice president under George W. Bush. He became one of the most powerful and polarizing political figures in United States history. The White House lowered flags to have staff for Cheney. His family, friends, and former colleagues are paying tribute. Fox's Rebecca Castor has more from Washington.
Former Vice President Dick Cheney passed away Monday night surrounded by his family due to complications from pneumonia and cardiac and vascular disease. For more than 50 years, former Vice President Dick Cheney was a force in Republican politics. His family announcing his passing at 84 years old, saying in part, Dick Cheney was a great and good man who taught his children and grandchildren to love our country and to live lives of courage, honor, love, kindness, and fly fishing.
He was a great and good man and served our country with great dedication for years.
Cheney's political career spanned several decades and administrations. He served as Defense Secretary, White House Chief of Staff, and as Wyoming's congressman, where he established a strong conservative record. Cheney's greatest influence, though, was as vice president, when he advised President George W. Bush during wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and especially after 9/11, determined to win the war on terror once and for all.
There was a whole series of attacks that were foiled because of the CIA interrogation program that Dick Cheney was the champion.
Most recently, Cheney became one of the more prominent Republicans to oppose President Trump, and last year said he would cast his vote for Vice President Kamala Harris. Still, he's seen as a hero to some conservatives.
He was a man who was serious. He was a man who was dedicated to keeping this country safe.
In a statement, former President George W. Bush said history will remember Dick Cheney among the finest public servants of his generation. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
And we have another look back. Dick Cheney was CEO of Halliburton from 1995 to 2000, and he lived in North Texas. He left the position when he became former President Bush's running mate. As that announcement was set to be released, reporters camped out in front of Cheney's Highland Park home. Fox 4's Brandon Todd was one of those reporters and recalled that day in 2000 this morning during Good Day.
It was 25 years ago that this video was taken when I was working on Good Day. There I am right there. And Dick Cheney was the supposed pick for VP. And we were camped outside of his house for the announcement. He just happened to walk out right then when I walked up to him there and picked up his morning paper. Didn't comment. We asked him, would you like to say something about all that? And he kindly, very nicely said no.
Cheney is considered by many historians to be the most powerful vice president in United States history. We have a longer look at his legacy on our website, fox4news.com. Another beautiful day in North Texas. Camera's not showing like that right now, but hey, we felt it. It was gorgeous. Fall isn't in the forecast this week. North Texas is going to heat up again. Fox 4 meteorologist Julia Fife is here now. How much are we going to crank up that heat?
Clarice, temperatures are expected to be in the low 80s for the rest of the work week. You can put those sweaters away for the time being. We've got high pressure that's dominating North Texas right now. In the Metroplex, it looks like we're in the mid to upper 70s, 76 right now in Dallas, 77 in Fort Worth. A bit warmer off to our west. That sensor over in Mineral Wells is wrong. It's not 92 degrees over there, but close to 80 out in that area, 80 in Graham, 78 in Eastland, a little bit cooler as we head into some of our eastern counties. And the change we have from yesterday is those wind gusts. Right now, sustained winds anywhere from about 10 to 20 miles per hour. With wind gusts up to 25. It's breezy here in Dallas, seeing 25 mile per hour wind gusts on the map, 23 down in Granbury and 22 over in Cleburne as well. And those are coming out of the south, ushering in that warmer air. That's what's going to continue that warm up through the overnight and for the rest of the work week. And we're going to stick with those breezy conditions through the overnight. Temperatures will be slightly warmer than they were this morning, expecting most of us to be in the low 50s here in the Metroplex. Always a little bit warmer. We're going to be in the mid 50s with those winds coming out of the south. And something cool to look for tonight. We do have the supermoon. It'll be great for viewing. We do have those clear skies. Temperatures tomorrow will continue to warm up, expecting low 80s all across North Texas. We're sticking with that sunshine, though, so it's going to be another gorgeous day to get outside. So here's the headline. Sunshine and breezy today with those south winds ushering in that warmer air. We're going to be in the 80s for the rest of the work week. But if you missed the fall-like temperatures, I do have some good news for you. We're tracking that cold front that's going to be moving through Saturday into your Sunday. We're going to be back into the 60s to end out your weekend. I'll have that full forecast for you coming up.
All right, Julia, thanks. The NFL trade deadline passed just over an hour ago, and the Dallas Cowboys made some moves designed to help their struggling defense. Fox 4's Mike Ducey's here with the latest. They need it, Mike.
Do they ever, Clarice? We'll see if it helps. Coming off that Arizona loss last night, that leaves the Cowboys at 3-5-1. You had to wonder if Jerry would do a major deal, but he did. The Cowboys are acquiring three-time Pro Bowl defensive tackle Quinnen Williams from the New York Jets. In exchange, Dallas sends a second-round draft pick to New York next season and a first-round pick to the Jets in 2027. The Cowboys also send former first-round pick Mazi Smith to New York. The defensive tackle out of Michigan, quite simply, was a bust in Dallas. It is worth noting that the Cowboys own 2 first-round picks in each of the next 2 drafts, thanks to the Micah Parsons trade. Quinnen Williams is 28 years old, taken in the 2019 draft out of Alabama, 3rd overall, a 3-time Pro Bowl player, considered one of the better run-stopping defensive tackles in the NFL. ESPN Research ranks him as #1 among defensive tackles in the league against the run. Williams will team up with Kenny Clark, who was acquired in the Parsons deal, to theoretically tighten up the Cowboys' run defense. Before Dallas made the Micah trade with the Packers for Clark and draft picks, the Cowboys reportedly had talked with the Jets about acquiring Williams in a deal for Micah Parsons. That didn't happen then, but the Cowboys get Williams now. It's likely too late to help this defense improve enough this year for this Cowboys team to make a playoff run, but Jerry Jones said last night that any moves made today could also be designed to help the team next year and beyond. We'll see about that. Also today, the Cowboys picked up linebacker Logan Wilson, a veteran from the Cincinnati Bengals. Dallas sending a 7th-round pick to the Bengals in return. Wilson, 29 years old, 8 years in the league, not an all-pro level middle linebacker, but a solid one who can step in and start right away for a Dallas defense ranked near the bottom of the league. Cowboys are off this coming weekend. They get back into action a week from Monday in Vegas against the Raiders. Coach Brian Schottenheimer is meeting with reporters later this hour. We'll have his reaction to these deals coming up at 5. I'm Mike Ducey, Fox 4 Sports.
Mike, thank you. Government shutdown is now tied with the longest on record, 35 days and counting, with no compromise agreement yet. The president is pushing Republicans to go with the so-called nuclear option. And nearly 24 states are taking action against the U.S. Department of Education, the new lawsuit involving student loan relief. The government shutdown is now tied for the longest in history. And today, the Transportation Secretary threatened to close some American airspace if it doesn't reopen. And the president threatened to deny food stamps unless it's reopened, defying court orders. Fox News chief correspondent in Washington, Mike Emanuel, has more.
I mean, it really is stupid.
It's a record nobody here in Washington wanted to see broken. The government shutdown is on day 35. It is now officially the longest in history, and frustration is growing on both sides.
Democrats will reveal what this was about all the time, which was a political play.
They're okay screwing people over on their health care.
The motion is not agreed to.
On Tuesday, the Senate failed for the 14th time to break the Democrat filibuster. There were reports that a short-term continuing resolution was being floated by some lawmakers, but there doesn't appear to be much traction. And the main sticking point remains funding for the Affordable Care Act. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he's now taking his case directly to rank-and-file Democrats.
We're going above the heads of the so-called leadership, and we are appealing to the consciences of a handful of people in the Senate who want to do the right thing.
But Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says that won't work because his party is united behind the push to restore those health care subsidies.
Lowering people's health care costs is the definition of common sense.
Meanwhile, President Trump once again called on Republicans to use the so-called nuclear option, ending the filibuster, to get the government up and running again.
He feels really strongly about this. Republicans need to play tough and they need to play smart. That's how the president feels.
Senate Republicans say they're working on a plan that could have the government back open by the end of the week. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox 4 News.
A tough day on Wall Street saw all three indexes fall with new doubts on AI values. Big bank CEOs also warned a correction could be on the way as companies may not be performing well enough to justify their market values. Investors are still running without any official economic data, making it harder for them to get an inside look at the overall health of the economy. The Education Department faces a lawsuit against its rule change for a student debt relief program. Attorneys general from 21 states, along with 2 advocacy groups, filed the lawsuit on Monday, claiming the Education Department's rule change on the public service loan forgiveness is unlawful. President Trump's administration announced last week the program will not be available to people involved in, quote, unlawful activities, such as aiding in illegal immigration or supporting gender transitions for minors. Hurricane Melissa killed at least 32 people in Jamaica, and that number could rise. In Haiti, the death toll from the storm has risen to 43, with 13 people still missing. The Category 5 storm flooded nearly 12,000 homes and destroyed nearly 200 others after its outer bands rattled Haiti last week. More than 1,700 people remain in shelters. Officials say a potential humanitarian crisis could happen if aid is not delivered quickly.
And here in North Texas, we have that pattern continuing with that ridge of high pressure that's just sitting over the entire state of Texas. Temperatures this afternoon expected to be in the upper 70s, low 80s all across the area. We're sitting at 77 degrees here in Dallas. We do have breezy conditions. That is the one change from yesterday. Sustained winds anywhere from about 10 to 20 miles per hour with wind gusts over 25 miles per hour. And those winds are coming out of the south. That's what's bringing in that that warmer air, and that will continue through the end of the work week. Good news is that dew point is low, so we're really not going to be dealing with the feels-like temperature. And you can see where that ridge of high pressure is. We are rain-free across the entire state of Texas. All those clouds well off to our north, especially dry here in North Texas. Nothing but sunshine when you step out the door. Now, through the overnight, we will be slightly warmer tomorrow. Most of us will be in the low to mid 50s here in DFW and in the Metroplex. Around 56 degrees is what we'll be waking up to. So still pretty nice with that low humidity that allows our temperatures to rise and drop and have kind of a wider expansion between those temperatures. Just a heads up, happening tonight and tomorrow, it'll be a great time to view the supermoon. Supermoon, that is called the Beaver Moon, and this happens when the moon is closer to Earth, making it a supermoon and a cool view. Now, it will actually occur tomorrow morning, but again, with those clear skies, it'll be great to view tonight and tomorrow evening. Tomorrow, we're going to continue that warm up. Temperatures expected to be in the low 80s. Going to stick with those breezy and sunny conditions. Those winds still coming out of the south, bringing in that warmer air. So that pattern we're dealing with, that high pressure, is going to sit over North Texas through midweek. We'll start to see that change as we head into Thursday, as it'll start pushing off to the southwest. That's when that trough from the north is going to start digging into North Texas. That's going to bring that cold front Saturday into your Sunday. But for the rest of the work week, it's going to be warm. We're going to be in the low 80s through the start of your weekend, then Saturday into your Sunday. That's when we have that major cold front that's going to be tracking through. Now, it is a strong cold front, but it doesn't look like any rain's associated with it. So you'll be able to get outside on Sunday and enjoy those fall-like temperatures, forecasting a high of around 67 degrees to end out your weekend. And with that high pressure in place right now, not only does it warm us up, but it dries us out. Not forecasting any rain for the rest of the work week and as we head into the weekend. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast. We're going to be in the low 80s for the rest of the week. Make sure you check out the Dallas Stars right here on Thursday evening. That's going to be on Fox 4. Saturday into your Sunday, that cold front tracks through. Temperatures drop into the 60s to start off your work week. By Tuesday, we rebound just a bit, 70 degrees. We've got another Dallas Stars game. That one will be on KDFI, More 27.
Thanks, Julia. Soccer superstar David Beckham was knighted by King Charles today. The former England team captain received the honor during a ceremony at Windsor Castle for his work in soccer and service to charities. He was joined by his parents and his wife, Victoria.
Yeah, it's been not stressful. I've not been nervous. I've just been emotional. No, I get that from my mum. I think it's because of the journey. I think it's because, you know, it's such a big moment for our family. And it's so special.
Beckham has worked with UNICEF since 2005. In 2024, he became an ambassador for the King's Foundation. Pizza Hut could be up for sale. Details as its parent company explores the idea for the struggling pizza chain.
Fox 4 at 4 o'clock.
Chrysler is recalling more than 375,000 Jeep plug-in hybrids because of a faulty battery. The company says the batteries can fail and possibly cause a fire. The affected vehicles include Jeep Wrangler model years 2020, 2025, and Jeep Grand Cherokee model years 2022 to 2026. Owners are being told to park the vehicles outside, away from structures. They're also being advised not to charge their vehicles while the company works on a fix for the issue. Chrysler, which is owned by Netherlands-based Stellantis, says it is aware of 19 reports and 1 injury potentially related to this issue. Spam and Skippy Peanut Butter's parent company, Hormel, is cutting 250 corporate and sales jobs through layoffs and buyouts. The business is restructuring and will close as many open roles as possible. Hormel says it's been dealing with price pressures, bird flu, and a fire at a facility in Arkansas. Pizza Hut could soon be for sale. Pizza Hut's parent company, Yum Brands, says it's conducting a formal review of options for the brand, which has struggled to compete in a crowded pizza market. The chain has nearly 20,000 stores in more than 100 countries. International sales were up 2% in the first 9 months of this year, but U.S. sales fell 7% in the same period. Yum Brands said it wouldn't make any further comment about the review. A decision on whether to pay for upgrades to Dallas City Hall or move to a different building could come soon. Just ahead, we have the latest from today's discussion.
Thank you for watching Fox 4 at 4 o'clock. Watching Fox 4 at 4.
Welcome back. I'm Clarice Tinsley. Thanks for joining us this afternoon on Fox 4 at 4. The polls close at 7 p.m. on a relatively low turnout election, but with some very important statewide issues involving taxes and bail reform. Fox 4's Stephen Dial in the newsroom to break it down. Hey, Stephen.
Hey, Clarice, turnout expected to be low. Polls are still open. Things could change. Many of the propositions on the ballot deal with taxes in some way. Others deal with bail reform, water, and voting. While you have been seeing a lot of campaign ads, those are mostly for the midterm election next year. There are some ads for state Senate races. There's a special race in North Texas that people will see on the ballot depending on where you live. But everyone is voting on 17 props today. An important one deals with bail reform. If it passes, it requires judges to automatically deny bond for certain violent crimes. One of the tax bills basically says that Texas will never have a state income tax. There's also a bill about water infrastructure, investing billions of dollars each year to keep parts of the state from running out of water. We spoke to SMU political scientist Matthew Wilson this morning. He says the most broad propositions that impact most Texans will be the taxes.
One measure would increase the homestead exemption for everyone, and then another measure would create even greater property tax relief for people who are elderly or disabled. So I think those are the two that are going to have the greatest tangible impact potentially on the greatest number of people.
Now, when it comes to water infrastructure, the League of Women Voters made a rare move this cycle by encouraging people to vote yes. The League of Women Voters traditionally does not endorse a candidate or issue. We are going to be looking at the bail vote, really, to see if Texans will agree with lawmakers that bill passed the legislature on a bipartisan vote. Clarice.
All right, see a lot more of you coming up. Stephen, thank you. And Fox Local is your home for election coverage here in Texas and around the nation. You can get a full breakdown on what's on your ballot, where to vote, and this year's key races. Once the polls close at 7 tonight, you can watch the results as they come in along with analysis from the Fox 4 team. Our special coverage starts at 7. You can get the Fox Local app for free on your phone and TV. We get another taste of warm weather this week. Temperatures will be back in the 80s before another cool down this weekend. Fox 4 meteorologist Julia Fife rejoins us now. Hi, Julia.
Hey, Clarice. Yes, we're continuing that warm up throughout the work week. We got to 78 degrees yesterday. We're likely going to be a little bit lower than that today. 77 right now at DFW Airport, 76 in Dallas, 77 over in Fort Worth. Slightly warmer over in our western counties, near 80 degrees in Graham, 82 in Breckenridge. That sensor is not correct. In Mineral Wells, they are also close to 80 degrees. Heading out into our westward counties, in the low to mid 70s, 72 right now in Mount Pleasant, 75 in Sulphur Springs, and 74 in Canton. Now, the change we have from yesterday also is those breezy winds. Sustained winds right now anywhere from 10 to 20 miles per hour, but we do have wind gusts up to 25 miles per hour. That's the current wind gust measurement right now here in Dallas. 22 mile per hour wind gusts in Stephenville, 20 in Mineral Wells. So it is breezy. Those winds coming out of the south, bringing in that warmer air. And tomorrow morning will be slightly warmer than it was this morning. We had widespread 40s. We're going to have widespread 50s tomorrow morning. 57 here in the Metroplex. A lot of our surrounding counties will be in the low 50s. Clear skies and breezy conditions once again. And those clear skies will be a nice time to get outside this evening to see the supermoon. So something cool that's going to be this evening and tomorrow evening as well. We're going to continue that warm up as we head into tomorrow. We're back into the low 80s, and that'll continue through the first half of your weekend. Lots of sunshine today. We do have those breezy southerly winds back into the 80s tomorrow, and that's going to continue through the first half of your weekend. But we're tracking a strong cold front that's going to be moving through Saturday into your Sunday. And the good news is really no rain associated with that. So we're going to get outside on Sunday and enjoy those fall-like temperatures. We're back into the 60s to start off your work week. That full forecast is coming up.
Julia, thanks. The Dallas City Council Finance Committee recommended that city staff move forward with developing a list of new City Hall sites the city could lease or buy. The future of the landmark building could be decided in a matter of months. Fox 4's Lori Brown live at City Hall. Lori.
Clarice, people who want to save Dallas City Hall's building designed by famed architect I.M. Pei will have the opportunity to speak next Wednesday. November 12th is now the day that the full city council will vote on a plan to either make repairs to this statement building or find an office tower to buy or lease. The decision by Dallas City Finance Committee happened this afternoon, hours after 300 people packed the lower level of City Hall last night. The town hall meeting was hosted by council members Karen Mendelson and Paul Ridley. Those who spoke said they wanted to save City Hall. Dallas City Councilman Paul Ridley pointed out today that voters approved Prop H in 2017 that included $12.5 million for city facilities, but the money has sat unused. Today, Councilman Gay Donnell Willis asked city staff about what amenities a new building may have that would attract City Hall employees. Among those mentioned, a wine bar.
Advanced food service options, whether it's an on-site cafe, a wine bar, a full-service type food operation. We're talking about Wi-Fi, green space environments that are accessible to the public, higher quality fitness center for staff that work in here.
So when people hear the word amenities, we're not talking about luxury. We're talking about things being offered all around the city and, in fact, the nation. I mean, about public transit, which aligns with some of our goals as a city. Security, which is very critical in this day and age.
We need an explanation from staff why that money hasn't been deployed in 8 years.
I don't have any specific answers to that. I can tell you that it's probably a lot of what you've heard before, that there's a lot of other priorities that that have come before the ones that are at City Hall.
So it was staff that didn't think that was a high enough priority, and so put City Hall on the back burner, and is now bringing those deficiencies forward in a justification to do away with City Hall.
The recommendation going before the full City Council next Wednesday directs staff to develop a list of sites that the city could lease or buy for a new City Hall location. It also directs staff to study the best use of the current City Hall land and determine the value of the sites. While there is speculation that the Dallas Mavericks could be interested in the land next to the new convention center for a new arena, the Mavericks will not confirm that. City staff estimates that the cost to lease a 400,000 square foot building for 2,200 employees is about $200 million over the course of 10 years, but city staff has not yet said where the city would get the money for $20 million a year to lease an office tower. Clarice.
Lori Brown live at Dallas City Hall. Lori, thank you. A Dallas police officer has been placed on leave after being arrested in Royce City. Officer Armando Jaramillo is facing domestic violence charges. The Dallas Police Department says it's carrying out an internal investigation. Jaramillo had been an officer with the department for 3 years and was assigned to the Northeast Patrol Division. Dallas police shared results of a citywide operation focused on domestic violence offenders. Police Chief Daniel Como gave remarks alongside representatives from the Genesis Women's Shelter and the Family Place. Officials say this month's effort, Operation Safe Families, resulted in more than 539 arrests citywide. The department also hosted resource fairs to connect victims with shelters and other support services.
It's so important that we work together, that we collaborate together on issues like this, because it's not just about arresting, it's about the education and awareness piece that's so important.
Operation Safe Families coincided with Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Plano-based Cheer Athletics filed for bankruptcy just a day before a lawsuit was set to begin over alleged sexual abuse by one of its former coaches. Hannah and Jessica Gerlacher alleged Cheer Athletics coach Jason McCartney sexually abused them during training. That trial was halted before it was set to begin after the company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. An attorney for the twin sisters says bankruptcy is a way companies run from accountability.
They let our clients prepare for trial, think about, testifying in front of a jury and all of the hard things that survivors and clients go through as they approach that moment of final accountability, and they decided to try to avoid it.
Cheer Athletics owners say the company chose to file bankruptcy for reorganization after heavy legal expenses. The coach in the case has not been legally charged. At least one Dallas suburb is taking steps to cut ties with DART. The Highland Park Town Council just voted to call a special election for voters to decide what happens next. Fox 4's T.C. Muzinga has the story.
Well, the vote took place a couple of hours ago after public comment. So let's go through how we actually got here. City leaders in Plano, Irving, Farmers Branch, and also Highland Park believe that they are paying more to DART than what they are getting in services. DART has a total of 13 member cities that contribute sales tax to the agency. It keeps its network of light rail and buses running for more than 200,000 passengers a day. Before deciding to move forward, the council heard from the CEO of DART as well as residents.
With population growth accelerating and the World Cup just around the corner, our transit system is an economic asset that keeps North Texas competitive, connected, and thriving. Let's keep building on this incredible momentum that we've created.
We should support DART not reluctantly but confidently, because it protects our neighborhoods, enhances our prosperity, and demonstrates responsible leadership.
The measure will appear on Highland Park's May ballot right before North Texas hosts matches for the 2026 World Cup. If voters approve of a withdrawal, DART officials say services could end immediately in those areas. That would have a big impact on how DART operates during the World Cup. Now, the other three cities will decide this week whether to call a special election for voters. We're going to have that update on air and online at fox4news.com once that comes in. TC Muzinga, Fox 4 News.
The city of McKinney says it is the Thanksgiving capital of Texas. We're going to show you a unique reason why it is making that claim coming up. Time for your 4 at 4, the 4 stories Julia and I are talking about today.
Okay, so a new study shows over 250,000 people have moved to Texas in the past year. The report came from hireahelper.com. It says more than 265,000 people from out of state moved here. Most of those moves coming from California, Florida, and Colorado. The top metro spot for those moves, surprise, surprise, is the DFW Metroplex.
They weren't born here, but they got here as soon as they could.
They got here.
You can understand it, right?
We're good people.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't want to be around us?
It's a great place to be. Welcome. All right, a Texas man is spreading an important message by playing pickleball in 50 states in 50 days. CK Kim is spreading a positive message about the importance of mental health, and he's doing this after a member of his pickleball community took his life. Kim documented his journey on social media and found pickleball fans everywhere he went. His final stop on the tour here in his home state of Texas. That's a beautiful way to honor his friend and to help spread awareness to other people.
I know, that's incredible. I wonder how he's doing it. You think he's flying or you think he has a bus?
That's a good question.
I know. I'd be curious.
Yeah, I don't know. But he made it happen.
I know. That's incredible. Just in time for Thanksgiving holiday, Oreo released its Thanksgiving-inspired cookies.
Wow.
Wow. That looks so much. Okay, so the cookies coated in fudge infused with flavors of traditional Turkey Day meal. There is apple caramel, pumpkin pie, turkey and stuffing, sweet potato, creamed corn, and cranberry sauce. The cookies come in an Oreo-shaped tin with 2 of each flavor. They are limited edition and are $20 online.
There's a lot going on there.
There's a lot.
It's very festive, and I would want to try it.
I think they could have just changed the color of the inside. I don't know if I need turkey-flavored Oreos.
I'd like to try the cranberry. I like tart.
That
so
seems
I think,
like it.
Yeah.
That would be okay.
But the other dressing and things, I don't know, sage on a cookie. Maybe we'll see.
We'll try it.
But staying with the theme here, the city of McKinney self-declared itself the inflatable turkey capital of Texas. It's celebrating the growing number of inflatable turkeys in town. The city launched an inflatable turkey map. Visitors can see a guide to where all the impressive and creative turkey displays are. And the map can be seen on the Visit McKinney website. I absolutely love this. I love to see inflatables. I love spirit, and this is a great way to show that. And it's so festive, and it's fun.
So adorable. I bet they have all those carriage rides that you can just go through the neighborhoods and look at all the inflatable turkeys.
Yay, McKinney.
Who
Thanksgiving
knew?
Capital, inflatable turkey capital of Texas.
Inflatable
we
turkey.
love that.
That is fantastic. Well, across North Texas, temperatures are warming up. It doesn't feel much like the Thanksgiving holiday. Feels a little bit more like summer, to be honest. We've got that high pressure that's just kind of sitting over the entire state of Texas. 77 is that current temperature right now in Dallas. Plenty of sunshine. We've got those winds coming out of the south, and it's pretty breezy. Sustained winds anywhere from 10 to 20 miles per hour with gusts up to 25, and that's ushering in that warmer air. The good news is dew point is low, so feels like temperature not an issue. You can see our live look from radar where that ridge of high pressure is taking over the entire state. We're rain-free all across North Texas, and when you zoom into North Texas, you can just see nothing on the radar, just plenty of sunshine when you step outside. Through the overnight, temperatures will be warmer than they were this morning. Most of us will be in the mid-50s. Some counties could be in the low 50s, but it'll feel nice. And through the overnight and tomorrow evening as well, it's going to be a great time to view the supermoon. This is the Beaver moon. It will reach its peak illumination tomorrow morning, but tonight and tomorrow evening are going to be great times to see it, especially with those clear skies. We're going to continue that warm up as we head into tomorrow. Low 80-degree temperatures, still breezy and sunny. Those winds coming out of the south-southwest, bringing in that warmer air. High pressure doesn't move from North Texas as we head into midweek. We'll start to see that change as we head into Thursday. That's going to start pushing off to the southwest. Then that trough coming out of the north is going to start dipping into North Texas as we head into the weekend. Saturday into your Sunday is when we're tracking that strong cold front that's going to drop our temperatures back to feeling a little bit more like fall. But for the rest of the work week and the first half of the weekend, it's going to be warm. We're going to be in the low 80s as we head into your Saturday. Then that cold front tracks through, dropping our temperatures about 13 degrees. 67 is that forecasted high for your Sunday. And the good news with that cold front tracking through, it's strong, but it's dry, so you can still enjoy those temperatures and get outside. High pressure right now is warming us up, but it's also drying us out. No rain in the forecast for the rest of the week. Breezy tomorrow as well, 82 degrees. Thursday, 83 with plenty of sunshine. Make sure you check out the Dallas Stars that evening right here on Fox 4. We'll stay in the low 80s through the first half of the weekend, and that major cold front tracks through Saturday into your Sunday, dropping our temperatures back into the 60s. That'll continue through the start of the work week. By the time we get to Tuesday, we're going to rebound back to 70 degrees, and we've got another Dallas Stars game. That one is going to be on KDFI, more 27.
Julia, thanks. Tarrant County Food Bank North hosted a mobile distribution in Denton County to support neighbors facing hunger. The food bank made resources available to more than 1,000 families in surrounding areas. It's part of the initiative to assist community members impacted by the federal shutdown and SNAP benefit pause. And with the holiday season approaching quickly.
I feel like this is a great opportunity to be here because we have children, and our children is our future. So we got to make sure that we provide for our children in every way possible.
According to a new report from the USDA, more children are facing hunger in the United States. Around 1 in 5 children do not know where their next meal is coming from. Mayors from Forest Hill and Fort Worth joined together in an effort to bring food to people in need. Mayors Stephanie Boardingham and Maddie Parker worked alongside students at O.D. Wyatt High School to distribute food boxes to families. The drive was put on by the school's Thrive Market and on-campus grocery store. The mayors say this highlights food insecurity in Tarrant County, which has been made worse with the loss of SNAP benefits.
Today's giveaway is really just about making sure the community has everything that they need. We know that this zip code has tremendous food insecurity, and this community has stepped up in so many ways.
The Mayor's Council of Tarrant County recently donated more than $2,000 to the Thrive Market. Mayor Boardingham says the goal is to expand to more schools and work with more communities. Up next, local off-duty first responders jumped into action to save a referee's life during his son's football game. We're going to hear from them after they reunited. We are following breaking news, a plane crash in Kentucky. This is happening just south of Louisville's airport, and you can see the scene. That is a horrific scene. Local officials say they got calls of a reported explosion. Police say there is an active scene, as you can see, with fire and debris and that cloud of black smoke. There are reported injuries with this crash. This large plume of smoke and the fire burning in this area. A shelter in place has been issued for everything within 5 miles of the airport. Again, this is in Louisville, Kentucky. We'll give you more information. Stay with Fox 4. An off-duty Plano firefighter and police officer are being celebrated for life-saving efforts at a youth football game last month. It happened in Forney when a referee collapsed on a nearby field. They jumped into action performing CPR, and they used an emergency defibrillator. The referee's heart restarted. He came to life on the field. First responders say it is so satisfying to see the training fall into place when it's needed the most.
I actually reached out to our medical control doctor because the way Mike had presented to us was not how we normally find our patients when we're at the station.
The three reunited last week after the incident. The two first responders were so happy to see the referee recovering well and not facing any negative effects as a result. Thank you for joining us on Fox 4 at 4. I'll see you at 5:30. Steve and Heather are next with more news.
It is Election Day, and we have team coverage as voters lined up to decide major issues in North Texas. And we're also watching some of the important races happening all across the country.
Remembering Dick Cheney, we're going to take a look back at the legacy of the influential vice president under George W. Bush, who passed away last night at the age of 84.
Another day, another failed vote as the government shutdown is now tied for the longest in history. The deal lawmakers are negotiating now.
Here for you, Fox 4 News starts now.
Hello and good evening. It is Election Day across the country, and the polls will be open until 7 o'clock tonight in Texas, or most of Texas. Good evening. I'm Steve E.
I'm Heather Hayes. Voters will see 17 amendments to the state constitution on their ballots. People in several cities voting on things including mayoral candidates, city council members, bond elections. We're also watching several contests of national interest, including a redistricting vote in California and the race for New York City mayor. Fox 4's Shaun Rabb in studio tracking those races. Shaun.
Yeah, a handful of big races across the country worth watching tonight, starting with that mayor's race in the largest city in America. The New York mayor's race has national interest and implications. Zohran Mamdani, leading in the polls, could make history as Big Apple's first Muslim mayor. His democratic socialist ideology under attack from leading opponent, former Governor Andrew Cuomo. Cuomo's trying to relaunch a political career that crashed when he resigned as governor because of sexual harassment allegations. In New Jersey, Democrat Mikey Sherrill is trying to stave off Republican Jack Ciattarelli, a race that Dems should win, but right now too close to call. And out west, the big issue, California's Prop 50, which would allow congressional redistricting like what Texas did during the special legislative session.
Well, Prop 50 has been a nasty, expensive race. There has been more money poured into Prop 50 than I think any recent California prop, over the last few election cycles. It's a very, very big deal out there. It will win. The New Jersey governor's race should be a walk-away victory for the Democrats, but it's not. It's a really very, very close race and could go either way. You've got a self-proclaimed MAGA Republican on one side and a self-proclaimed centrist Democrat on the other side. In New York City, you've got a self-proclaimed socialist who's leading the pack and will probably win the mayor's race in New York City.
And another high-interest race is for the governor's mansion in Virginia, a state that typically elects Democrats, but elected Republican Glenn Youngkin, who's term limited, cannot run again. Republican Winsome Earl Sears and Democrat Abigail Spanberger both vying to make history as that state's first female governor. Democrats tonight hoping for big wins that will serve as momentum for the party. It's trying to recharge and redefine itself as a run-up to next year's midterm elections after losing across the board in the last general election. It's an exciting political night on the way with polls closing on the East Coast in just an hour now.
All right, Shaun, thank you.
All right.
So if you have not yet voted here in Texas, you're want to hurry. The locations close at 7 p.m., but if you're in line, you will get in. Sky 4 flew over several locations in Collin County. Voters, long lines outside. The county moved to paper ballots for this election that are counted then electronically. The elections administrator says he's not aware of any issues. A tax proposal for a new emergency services district is also driving turnout. We'll have more local and state coverage at 5:30. Don't forget, Fox Local is your home for your election coverage here in Texas and across the country. You can get a full breakdown of what's on your ballot, where to vote, and this year's key races. Once polls close, watch the results as they come in, along with analysis from our Fox 4 team. That includes Shaun Rabb, who we just heard from. The special coverage starts at 7 p.m. You can get the Fox Local app for free on your phone and smart TV.
And we're following breaking news tonight out of Kentucky, a plane crash. This is happening just south of Louisville International Airport. Local officials say they got calls of a reported explosion, and police say there is an active scene with fire and debris, and you can see that very clearly is true. In the last 5 minutes, UPS shared that it was notified of an accident involving one of its planes. Louisville is UPS Airlines' primary hub. Social media video reports show the plane catching fire and exploding as it took off, so that would likely include a full tank or full tanks of gas. Their full load of gas. There are reportedly injuries, of course, with this crash. There is a large plume of smoke and a fire still burning in the area. A shelter in place has been issued for everything within 5 miles of the airport. Dick Cheney, one of the most powerful and controversial vice presidents in U.S. history, has died at the age of 84. Over several decades in politics, he became known as a hard-charging conservative and a leading advocate for the invasion of Iraq.
Now, according to his family, he died from complications of pneumonia and cardiovascular disease. Fox's Brett Baer takes a look back at Cheney's career.
So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
He was one of the most polarizing political figures in recent memory, a hero and patriot to conservatives, a villain to liberals. Serving under 4 different presidents, in his last job, Dick Cheney became arguably the most influential vice president in American history. In 1989, Cheney was named Secretary of Defense by President George H.W. Bush. While Cheney essentially had no military experience and 5 draft deferments during Vietnam, it was Cheney who pushed hard for aggressive action against Iraq when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait in 1990.
When war came, America was ready, and Secretary Cheney's leadership contributed enormously to the victory.
Vice President Cheney was a key player in the White House's War on Terror campaign. In the prism of post 9/11 and after unheeded warnings to Iraq's leader Saddam Hussein, President Bush ordered the launch of Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003.
6 in 10 Americans say they feel it was a mistake to go to war. What do you say to those people?
We were elected to do a job and to do what we think is right for the country.
Cheney ended his second term as one of the least popular politicians in American history. By 2010, Dick Cheney had survived 5 heart attacks. In 2012, Cheney underwent a heart transplant. His doctor pronounced him healthy and gave him at least another decade to live. Cheney's daughter, Liz, continued the vice president's legacy in Congress, winning her father's old seat in 2017 and moving up the ranks of GOP leadership. But after Liz's continued vocal criticism of President Donald Trump, the Republican Party closed ranks and she lost her re-election bid.
Lynn and I are so proud of Liz for standing up for the truth, doing what's right.
Dick Cheney was typecast as aloof and accused of being calculating and deceptive. Friends called him quietly funny and dry, but determined. Cheney helped lead the country through 3 wars and the worst attack on the U.S. homeland. In Washington, Brett Baer, Fox News.
Former President George W. Bush paid tribute to his former vice president, calling him a patriot who brought integrity, high intelligence, and a seriousness of purpose to every position he held. Cheney served as Bush's vice president from 2001 until 2009.
Most recently, Dick Cheney became one of the more prominent Republicans to oppose President Trump, and last year said he would cast his vote for Vice President, Democrat Kamala Harris instead. Still, he's seen as a hero to some conservatives, like Texas Senator Ted Cruz.
He was a man who was serious. He was a man who was dedicated to keeping this country safe.
Cheney lived in North Texas prior to becoming vice president. In our next half hour, a member of the Fox 4 News team recalls his encounter with the former vice president.
Behind-the-scenes talks of a potential reopening of the government intensified today as the shutdown is now tied for the longest in history. Senators from both parties negotiating a deal that would reopen the government and create a resolution to the issue of expiring health insurance subsidies. It comes after the Senate failed for the 14th time to end the shutdown. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he's now taking his case above Democratic leadership.
We're going above the heads of the so-called leadership, and we are appealing to the consciences of a handful of people in the Senate who want to do the right thing.
Senate Republicans say their plan could have the government back open by the end of the week.
Police say 2 men were arrested today in connection with a weekend explosion at Harvard Medical School. 18-year-old Logan Patterson and 20-year-old Dominic Cardoza are charged with conspiracy to damage by means of fire or explosive. The explosion happened early Saturday on the 4th floor of Harvard Medical School's Goldenson building. No one was injured. According to court documents, the suspects were on campus for Halloween parties and chose the building because it, quote, looked abandoned. Officials say they lit a Roman candle outside the building and a cherry bomb inside. The motive wasn't immediately clear. Ronald Reagan National Airport was shut down earlier today after a bomb threat on board a United Airlines flight. The flight was flying from Washington, D.C. to Houston when the threat was reported. Traffic at the airport was put on hold while passengers were taken off the plane and back to the terminal. No hazardous materials were found on the plane. Law enforcement is still investigating the threat.
The Cowboys trade deadline has passed. Ahead tonight, who the Cowboys acquired and reaction from the team.
Plano-based Cheer Athletics filed for bankruptcy just a day before a sex abuse civil trial was scheduled to begin. Hannah and Jessica Gerlacher accused Cheer Athletics coach Jason McCartney of sexually abusing them during training. The company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, putting the civil complaint on hold. An attorney for the twins says bankruptcy is a way for the companies to avoid accountability.
They let our clients prepare for trial, think about testifying in front of a jury and all of the hard things that survivors and clients go through as they approach that moment of final accountability, and they decided to try to avoid it.
Cheer Athletics owners say the company chose to file bankruptcy for reorganization after heavy legal expenses. The coach in the case has not been charged with any crimes related to the allegations in the lawsuit.
A Dallas police officer has been placed on leave after being arrested in Royce City. Officer Armando Yamarillo is facing domestic violence charges. DPD says it is carrying out an internal investigation. Yamarillo has been with the department for 3 years and was assigned to the Northeast Patrol Division. Dallas police made hundreds of arrests in a crackdown on domestic violence offenders. Police Chief Daniel Como gave that update alongside representatives from the Genesis Women's Shelter and the Family Place. The month-long crackdown, Operation Safe Families, resulted in 539 arrests citywide. The department also hosted resource fairs to connect victims with shelters and other support services.
It's so important that we work together, that we collaborate together on issues like this, because it's not just about arresting, it's about the education and awareness piece that's so important.
Operation Safe Families coincided with Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
Pretty awesome scene here. This was early this morning on Mount Washington, New Hampshire, the highest peak in New England there. It rises over 6,200 feet, and they had blizzard conditions. Winds were gusting to 103 miles per hour, near zero visibility. As you can see there, rime ice built up on the equipment. It is quite a sight. Oftentimes the world's worst weather up there on Mount Washington. Here's a look at your weather headlines. Clear skies tonight and tomorrow night for the supermoon. That's obviously because the moon is going to be that point in its orbit where it's going to be much closer to Earth, and so it will appear bigger and brighter as a result. Back to the 80s this week with plenty of sunshine. We will see a front come through here late Saturday. That will usher fall back into North Texas Sunday and Monday, and no rain in sight here for at least the next week, the way it looks like. 77 the high today, 53 the low, 71 and 50 the averages for this time of the year. Take a look there at the sun almost getting ready to set. Stephenville, 75 Alliance, 74 DFW, and at Love Field, a nice south breeze blowing, averaging around 15 right now. Have a problem with that sensor in Mineral Wells. It's probably reading a good 10 degrees above where it should be. 79 Graham, 77 Meridian, 73 Sherman, and we've got low 70s from Sulphur Springs and Canton down into Palestine. Still feeling like fall across a good part of the country. 60 degrees up at Minneapolis right now. It's 59 in Chicago, 70 down in New Orleans, and out west we've got 65 in LA. Like yesterday, barely a cloud anywhere in sight, just a few high clouds currently floating across the panhandle into northwestern Oklahoma. We will see crystal clear skies tonight. All the weather action really is in the Pacific Northwest from far northern California, moving up I-5 towards Portland right now, and that rain will be heading for Seattle. This is what we call one of these atmospheric river events that's going to be setting up over the next several days as Pacific disturbances ride this moisture chain right into Oregon and Washington and far northern California. And you would think that with this many systems moving onshore, we may have some hope for some rain. That is not going to be the case. They will track well across the northern tier of the United States, while we are protected by high pressure situated just off to our southwest. That ridge dominates our weather for the remainder of this week. We will see a big dip in the jet stream, though, develop late this week into the weekend. That will help send a cold front in here late Saturday afternoon and Saturday night. Winds turn to the northeast, and it will turn significantly cooler Sunday and Monday, and you'll see that in the 7-day forecast. Not as cool tonight, starting out at 57 bright and early, 77 breezy at noontime, and look for a high temperature tomorrow in the low 80s. 83 Thursday, 81 both Friday and Saturday. And we'll chop it back to 67 on Sunday. Look at the cool mornings there. Monday and Tuesday, middle 40s. Could be some upper 30s in the cooler outlying areas. And then temperatures rebound by Tuesday into the upper 60s.
Thank you, Dan. The NFL trade deadline was this afternoon, and the Dallas Cowboys made some moves designed to help their struggling defense.
Fox 4's Mike Ducey in studio with the latest pretty big delivery of one stud. Mike Ducey, that might change all of our feelings.
Yeah, it might. I was surprised that the Cowboys did this, to be honest, and it's probably too late to help this year, but who knows, maybe down the road it'll help. They lost Arizona last night, as you know, just 3-5-1 on the season, so I really wondered if Jerry would do a major deal, but he did. The Cowboys acquiring 3-time Pro Bowl defensive tackle Quinnen Williams from the New York Jets. In exchange, the Cowboys send their second-round draft pick to New York next year and a first-round pick to the Jets in 2027. Remember, the Dallas does own 2 first-round picks in each of the next 2 drafts, thanks to the Micah Parsons trade. Williams is 28 years old. He was taken in the 2019 draft out of Alabama, 3rd overall, 3-time Pro Bowler, considered one of the better run-stopping defensive tackles in the NFL. Williams will team up with Kenny Clark in the middle of that defensive line. Of course, Clark came over in the Parsons deal from Green Bay, so theoretically that'll tighten up the Cowboys' run defense. Before Dallas made the Micah trade with the Packers for Clark and draft picks, the Cowboys reportedly had talked with the Jets about acquiring Williams in a deal for Micah. That didn't happen then, but the Cowboys do get Williams now. Again, likely too late to help the defense improve enough this year for this team to make a playoff run. But Jerry Jones said last night that any moves made today could also be designed to help the team next year and beyond. Some of Williams' time in New York, by the way, was spent playing under assistant coach Aaron Whitecotton, who's now the Cowboys defensive line coach. Moments ago, reaction from Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer on the addition of Quinnen Williams.
We've played him a couple times, just played him a couple weeks ago. He's just a difference maker. Ability to affect the interior part of the pocket. From a pass rush standpoint, I think 12 sacks a couple years ago under the tutelage. I'm not saying it was Whitecotton that did it because Quinnen did it, but, around A-Dub and very disruptive. I mean, for us, there's certain calls you make. You're aware when he's in the game because he's just so disruptive. So we had alerting calls when he was out of the game. We had to set protections based on him, and you guys see it. You see the talent, but I love the play style too. Just the way the guy plays, the way the guy runs the ball, and then from what I've heard from A-Dub, just the type of young man he is. I think he'll fit in great in this locker room, and very exciting.
Also today, the Cowboys pick up linebacker Logan Wilson, a veteran from the Cincinnati Bengals. Dallas sends a 7th-round pick to Cincy in return. Wilson, 29 years old, 8 years in the league. He's not an all-pro level middle linebacker, but a solid one who presumably can step in and start right away for a Dallas defense ranked near the bottom of the league. Cowboys are off this coming weekend. They get back into action a week from Monday in Vegas against the Raiders. I'm Mike Ducey, Fox 4 Sports.
Mike, thanks. Some bad news for American Airlines. The position's being eliminated in a just-announced round of layoffs. Fort Worth-based American Airlines has announced a round of layoffs in North Texas.
So the airline announced today it will cut a small number of management as well as support roles based at the company's Fort Worth headquarters. The company says the layoffs are needed to be more efficient across the organization. American would not say, however, the exact number of employees being cut.
Pizza Hut could soon be up for sale. Pizza Hut's parent company, Yum! Brands, said it's conducting a formal review of options for the brand. It's struggled to compete in a crowded pizza market. The chain has nearly 20,000 stores in more than 100 countries, and international sales were up 2% in the first 9 months of this year, but U.S. sales fell 7% in the same time. Yum! Brands says they wouldn't make any further comment on the review. Tough day on Wall Street saw all three indexes fall amid new doubts about AI. Big bank CEOs also warned of a correction could be on the way as companies may not be performing well enough to justify their current market values. Investors are still running without any official economic data, making it harder for them to get an inside look at the overall health of our economy. We got more news coming up. Thank you very much for watching Fox 4 News at 5 o'clock. Heather and I will see you back at 6. Clarice is in right now with more local news.
You're watching Fox 4 News.
Good evening, I'm Clarice Tinsley. We begin with breaking news, the crash of a UPS jet in Louisville, Kentucky. We're going to give you a live look at the scene, and this is a debris-filled situation, still burning. You can see that there is flames there. This is just south of the Louisville International Airport. Local officials say they got calls of a reported explosion at around 5:15 this afternoon. Police are asking people to stay away from this area. Now we're looking at a tape This is taped from the scene earlier. UPS said it was notified of an accident involving one of its jets. The plane was bound for Honolulu, Hawaii. It likely had a lot of fuel on board because it was just taking off. Louisville is UPS Airlines' primary hub. Social media videos reportedly showed the jet catching fire and exploding as it took off. There are reported injuries with this crash, but officials have not provided any numbers of people injured. A shelter in place has been issued for everything within 5 miles of the airport in Louisville, Kentucky. More information as we get it. Here at home, the polls close in about 90 minutes on a relatively low turnout election, but voters who did show up cast ballots with important statewide issues involving taxes and bail reform. Fox 4 Stephen Dial in the newsroom to break it down. Stephen.
Larry says you mentioned still time to go to the polls. Many of the propositions on the ballot deal with taxes in some way. Others deal with bail reform, water, and voting. While you have seen a lot of campaign ads, mostly those are for the midterm election next year. There are a few ones that deal with a special race in the state Senate here in North Texas, races that people will see on the ballot depending on where you live. But everyone is voting on 17 propositions today. An important one deals with bail reform. If passed, it would require judges to automatically deny bond for certain violent crimes. One of the tax bills basically says that Texas will never have a state income tax. There's also a bill about water infrastructure, investing billions of dollars each year to keep parts of the state from running out of water. We spoke to SMU political scientist Matthew Wilson this morning. He says the most broad propositions that impact the most Texans will be the tax votes.
One measure would increase the homestead exemption for everyone, and then another measure would create even greater property tax relief for people who are elderly or disabled. So I think those are the two that are going to have the greatest tangible impact potentially on the greatest number of people.
When it comes to water infrastructure, the League of Women Voters made a rare move this cycle by encouraging people to vote yes. The League of Women Voters traditionally does not endorse a candidate or an issue. We are really going to be able to look at the bail vote and others to see if Texans agree with lawmakers, because most of these bills pass in a bipartisan way.
Stephen, thank you. And Fox Local is your home for election coverage here in North Texas and around the nation. Once polls close, you can watch the results as they come in, along with analysis from the Fox 4 team. Our special coverage starts at 7 tonight. You can get the Fox Local app for free on your phone and TV. Former Vice President Dick Cheney died last night. He was 84 years old. Flags at the White House are at half-staff as the nation remembers his long and controversial political career. His family shared the news early this morning that the former vice president passed away from complications of pneumonia and cardiovascular disease. For more than 50 years, former Vice President Dick Cheney was a force in Republican politics. He was an architect of the controversial War on Terror. With a career spanning several decades and administrations, he also served as Defense Secretary, White House Chief of Staff, and as Wyoming's congressman. Prior to becoming vice president, Cheney lived in North Texas and served as CEO at energy heavyweight Halliburton from 1995 to 2000. He resigned that role to become George W. Bush's running mate in 2000. And as that announcement was set to be made, reporters camped out in front of Dick Cheney's Highland Park home. Fox 4's Brandon Todd was among them and recalled that day this morning during Good Day.
It was 25 years ago that this video was taken when I was working on Good Day. There I am right there. And Dick Cheney was the supposed pick for VP. And we were camped outside of his house for the announcement. He just happened to walk out right then when I walked up to him there and picked up his morning paper. Didn't comment. We asked him, would you like to say something about all that? And he kindly, very nicely said no.
Dick Cheney is considered by many historians to be the most powerful vice president in United States history. We have a longer look at his legacy on our website, fox4news.com. What happens to Dallas's landmark City Hall building could be decided in a matter of months. Today, the City Council Finance Committee recommended that the city staff move forward with developing a list of new City Hall sites the city could lease or buy. Fox 4's Lori Brown is live at Dallas City Hall. Lori.
Clarice, people who want to save at Dallas City Hall's building designed by famed architect I.M. Pei will have the opportunity next Wednesday. November 12th is now the day that the full Dallas City Council will vote on a plan to either make repairs to the statement building or find an office tower to buy or lease. The decision by the Dallas City Finance Committee happened this afternoon, hours after 300 people packed the lower level of City Hall last night. The town hall meeting was hosted by council members Karen Mendelson and Paul Ridley. Those who spoke said they wanted to save City Hall. Dallas City Councilman Paul Ridley pointed out today that voters approved Prop H in 2017 that included $12.5 million for city facilities, but the money has sat unused. Today, City Councilman Gay Donnell Willis asked city staff about what amenities a new building may have that would attract City Hall employees. Among those mentioned, a wine bar.
Advanced food service options, whether it's an on-site cafe, a wine bar, a full-service type food operation. We're talking about Wi-Fi, green space environments that are accessible to the public, higher quality fitness center for staff that work in here.
So when people hear the word amenities, we're not talking about luxury. We're talking about things being offered all around the city and, in fact, the nation. I mean, about public transit, which aligns with some of our goals as a city. Security, which is very critical in this day and age.
We need an explanation from staff why that money hasn't been deployed in 8 years.
I don't have any specific answers to that. I can tell you that it's probably a lot of what you've heard before, that there's a lot of other priorities that have come before the ones that are at City Hall.
So it was staff that didn't think that was a high enough priority and so put City Hall on the back burner and is now bringing those deficiencies forward in a justification to do away with City Hall.
The recommendation going before the full City Council next Wednesday directs staff to develop a list of sites the city could lease or buy for a new City Hall location. It also directs staff to study the best use of the current City Hall land and determine the value of the site. While there is speculation that the Dallas Mavericks could be interested in the land next to the new convention center for a new arena, the Mavericks will not confirm that. City staff estimates that the cost to lease a 400,000 square foot building for 2,200 employees is about $200 million over 10 years. City staff has not yet said where it would get the roughly $20 million a year for a lease. Clarice.
Lori Brown live at Dallas City Hall. Lori, thank you. There were several efforts across Tarrant County today to support neighbors facing the threat of hunger during the government shutdown. One of the events saw mayors from 2 cities teaming up to help SNAP recipients and unpaid federal workers. Fox 4's Deanna Anglin is live with that story. Hi, Deanna.
Hi there, Clarice. That's right. 2 cities sent a message today about working together at a time when many are facing significant financial challenges.
Water right here. Find a partner and you're going to go to the car together.
Serving the community.
There you go to that one.
At a time of need, the mayors of 2 Tarrant County cities team up in support of an event to fight hunger.
Today's giveaway is really just about making sure the community has everything that they need. We know that this zip code has tremendous food insecurity.
Fort Worth Mayor Maddie Parker and Forest Hill Mayor Stephanie Boardingham at Odie Wyatt High School distributing boxes of food. The project is an extension of the school's own market called Thrive. The timing coincides with the record government shutdown and with federal SNAP benefits still in limbo.
I think it's important that we show people that we do care and that we're on this, that this is something that is important to us as it is to anybody else. So being together is going to encourage other communities to partner together this way. Fort Worth is big, Forest Hill is small, but together we're great.
Next 3 cars.
Grant money from both cities made possible the purchase of items for the food boxes. Mayors Parker and Boardingham say supporting local efforts to feed families are priorities as they continue to raise their voices in support of ending the government shutdown.
The volume of money that is needed to support families, specifically with SNAP benefits, is too big for any city government, for any state government for that matter, to really supplement. And so at this point, these smaller efforts are very important, but we are still, the message is clear: in the government shutdown, restore SNAP benefits as quickly as possible.
Yes.
People's lives depend on it.
Thank you. Thank you. Meantime, in Denton, a larger scale food distribution by the Tarrant Area Food Bank is a welcome sight for hundreds of people in vehicles. In consideration of widespread food insecurity, one man summed up things from his perspective.
Right now, it can be hard, so we got to do whatever we have to do.
Now, that project that includes food distribution at O.D. Wyatt High School, coordinators say it will continue periodically year-round. That's the very latest live. Clarice, back to you.
Dion, thank you. Meals on Wheels, which delivers meals to hundreds of North Texas seniors, says it is facing a critical funding crisis due to the government shutdown. The agency depends on federal SNAP benefits for a large portion of its operating budget. The organization already had a wait list before the shutdown, and now it's concerned things could get worse for the vulnerable clients it serves.
Homebound, disabled, unable to get out of their homes, unable to go to the grocery store, many of whom do rely on the SNAP benefits and are being affected right now by the government shutdown and unable to receive that, on top of being told, sorry, we're at capacity, you have to wait.
Advisors say for now they will need to rely heavily on private donations for support. At least one Dallas suburb is moving forward with plans to cut ties with DART. The Highland Park Town Council today voted to call a special election for voters to decide what happens next. Fox 4's Casey Muzinga has the story.
Well, the vote took place a couple of hours ago after public comment. So let's go through how we actually got here. City leaders in Plano, Irving, Farmers Branch, and also Highland Park believe that they are paying more to DART than what they are getting in services. DART has a total of 13 member cities that contribute sales tax to the agency. It keeps its network of light rail and buses running for more than 200,000 passengers a day. Before deciding to move forward, the council heard from the CEO of DART as well as residents.
With population growth accelerating and the World Cup just around the corner, our transit system is an economic asset that keeps North Texas competitive, connected, and thriving. Let's keep building on this incredible momentum that we've created.
We should support DART not reluctantly but confidently, because it protects our neighborhoods, enhances our prosperity, and demonstrates responsible leadership.
The measure will appear on Highland Park's May ballot right before North Texas hosts matches for the 2026 World Cup. If voters approve of a withdrawal, DART officials say services could end immediately in those areas. That would have a big impact on how DART operates during the World Cup. Now, the other three cities will decide this week whether to call a special election for voters. We're going to have that update on air and online at fox4news.com once that comes in. TC Muzinga, Fox 4 News.
A North Texas city is gobbling up a unique title this Thanksgiving season coming up. McKinney has something to brag about when it comes to inflatable turkeys. And a live look outside. Beautiful warm weather today, early November. We're going to find out what's in store from Dan Henry. You are watching the only local 5:30 newscast and weather in all of North Texas. Fox 4 is gearing up to recognize veterans for their service. So send me a photo of you in uniform and tell me your branch of service and when and where you served. You may see yourself on Fox 4. Clarice.Tinsley@Fox.com. Fox 4 is here with you. This Thanksgiving, McKinney is puffing up with pride as it proclaims itself the inflatable turkey capital of Texas. It's a playful title celebrating the city's growing flock of inflatable turkeys that have become a fall favorite. Adding to the fun, the city unveiled the McKinney Inflatable Turkey Map. It's an interactive guide to highlight where travelers can spot turkeys, each with their own unique name and story. Locals are encouraged to submit their own displays to be featured on the map. Dan, I love this.
I think you need a few in your front yard, Clarice. Oh, 'tis the season for some big waves on Lake Michigan. That's a look at Grand Haven. They were under a gale warning at the time with winds over 40 miles an hour. You can clearly see the whitecaps out there. And boy, as those breakers came, they dwarfed that lighthouse with the spray extending probably about 30 feet in the air. Here is a look at our weather headlines. Clear skies for the supermoon that's going to be clearly visible tonight and tomorrow night. It's back to the 80s this week. High temperatures, I think, reaching the lower 80s. And then we'll see a cold front slide in here late Saturday night. That will return us back to fall for Sunday and Monday. That front comes through dry. In fact, we don't have a drop of rain in the forecast for at least the next week. High today, 77. Morning low is 53. 71 and 50, the averages for this time of the year. 90-year record high set just back in 2017. Well, we're kind of capturing the very last moments of sunset there on Lake Ray Roberts. 75 Alliance, 74 DFW. It's also 74 at Love Field with a south breeze averaging around 15 miles per hour right now. It's 75 at this hour in Graham, 72 Bowie. We've dropped into the upper 60s in Sulphur Springs, Greenville, and 73 presently down to our south in Hillsboro. Weather is about as quiet as it gets at this hour. There are barely any clouds in view at all, just a few high cirrus clouds blowing through the panhandle right now. And in northwestern Oklahoma, we've got lots of sunshine on tap for tomorrow as well. All the weather action is out west, specifically from far northern California. Rain spreading up I-5 towards Portland, eventually heading towards Seattle as yet another of these atmospheric river events is developing with a train of disturbances that'll be bringing moisture on shore there. But those disturbances will be tracking well off to our north as we remain under the influence of high pressure above our heads down to the southwest. That ridge of high pressure will give way, though, a little bit as we head towards the upcoming weekend. That allows a cold front to get in here. Winds turn to the north-northeast. And we will tap into some cooler air, in fact, significantly cooler for the second half of the weekend into early next week. We start at 57 early in the morning. We'll end up with a high of about 82. Breezy, 83 on Thursday, low 80s Friday, Saturday. Sunday's high drops to 67, still a nice day. And then a couple of very cool mornings, Monday and Tuesday, with high temperatures in the 60s.
Thanks, Dan. These first responders jumped into action even though they were off duty. Coming up, how they saved a life during a youth football game. An off-duty Plano firefighter and police officer are being celebrated for life-saving efforts at a youth football game last month that happened in Forney when a referee collapsed on a nearby field. They jumped into action performing CPR and used an emergency defibrillator. The referee's heart restarted and he came to on the field. First responders say it is satisfying to see the training work when it's needed the most.
I actually reached out to our medical control doctor because the way Mike had presented to us was not how we normally find our patients when we're at the station.
The three reunited last week after the incident, and the two first responders so happy to see the referee was recovering well and not facing any negative effects as a result. Great work. More Fox 4 News in a moment. So glad you joined us at 5:30. Steve and Heather have more news now.
Clarice, thank you. Here's a look at what's coming up on Fox 4 News at 6.
It is Election Day, and we've got team coverage of the major issues on the ballot here in North Texas, and we're also covering some of the big races that are happening all across the country.
Also ahead tonight, we're going to take a look back at the decades-long political career of Dick Cheney, who passed away last night at the age of 84. President George W. Bush also weighing in on the legacy of his former vice president.
And leaders in Dallas being directed to make a list of new locations for City Hall. A move City Council is set to vote on next week. Fox 4 News at 6 starts right now.
Here for you, the news leader, Fox 4.
Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
And I'm Steve Eager. We begin with breaking news. It's a crash of a UPS jet in Louisville, Kentucky. Can take a look at the scene now, just south of Louisville International Airport. Local officials say they got a call of a reported explosion at about 5:15. UPS says that it was notified of an accident involving one of its planes. The plane was going to Honolulu, Hawaii from Louisville. The plane was a McDonnell Douglas MD-11, which means the airliner had approximately 40,000 gallons of fuel on board. In the last few minutes, UPS shared that 3 crew members were on board, but the company had no confirmation of any injuries or deaths. Louisville is UPS's primary hub. Social media video reportedly shows the plane catching fire and exploding as it took off. A shelter in place has been issued for everything within 5 miles of the airport. A reporter from the Fox station in Louisville, Addie Cheney, witnessed the crash.
We were actually headed out on another story when I saw a massive cloud of smoke starting to form in the sky. I called the press representative for the Louisville Fire Department, and he didn't even really know what was happening yet. That was the first time he had checked on it, was when we called seeing it out to the story, and he was like, yeah, you know, there's something around this area. I don't think we're responding, not sure. Let me figure it out, and I'll give you a call back in a bit. Never heard back from him, obviously, because they are just responding to what we now know is this absolutely massive scene of a UPS plane crashing. It's just heartbreaking. We've watched the sunset as this smoke just fills the sky more and more. We were very close to where those flames were at a point. We could see on the camera where they were spraying that fire with the hose. I mean, we were very close. There were lots of cars stopped along Crittenden Drive just watching what was happening. But us, like all of them, were told by LMPD, by officials responding to this scene, you guys need to get further away. This is dangerous. And we were very close at a point and have since gotten back further and further and further until now we are up at an overpass from a safe vantage point where we can show you guys what's happening.
All right, so first responders are actively working the scene. We'll pass along any update as we get them. This is obviously an older bit of video when it was still daylight outside. Very sad and powerful explosion in Louisville, Kentucky at the airport. Today's also Election Day across Texas, and you've got just about an hour before the polls close.
So we want to take a look at some of the big issues. There are 17 amendments to the state constitution, along with a special election for state senate in District 9 in Tarrant County. For example, Proposition 14 will provide $3 billion over 10 years for dementia and Alzheimer's research. People in several cities are voting on things including mayors, city council members, bond elections, tax rates, and school boards.
Earlier today, Sky 4 flew over several locations in Collin County with voters lined up in fairly long lines outside. The county moved to paper ballots for this election that are counted electronically, so paper ballots, that's how you vote, counted by electronics. That meant for longer lines when some of the ballots only included propositions. The process took an hour or more. The election administrator says he's not aware of any issues with the ballots, but time was a factor. A tax proposal for a new emergency services district is also driving turnout. We're also following several big races happening all across the country. Nationally, of course, Fox 4's Shaun Rabb in the newsroom with more on that. Shaun.
Yeah, some races that Democrats hope they can win across the country that are worth watching tonight, starting with the mayor's race in the largest city in America, in New York. Democrat Zohran Mamdani has been leading in the polls in the race for mayor against former Democrat Governor Andrew Cuomo. Cuomo resigned his post under the weight of sexual harassment allegations. Now, the third candidate, Republican and founder of the Guardian Angels, Curtis Sliwa. Mamdani, a self-proclaimed socialist, has focused on the cost of living in the Big Apple. And Cuomo picking up the endorsement of President Donald Trump, not Sliwa. If Cuomo wins, it would be a historic political comeback. But if Mamdani is the choice of voters, he then would become the first Muslim mayor of New York City. His political beliefs under attack from his opponents and the president.
In New York City, you've got a self-proclaimed socialist who's leading the pack and will probably win the mayor's race in New York City. On the national elections, I think the thing to watch is the spin will be magnificent. You will see professional spinning like you've never seen it before tonight, no matter how these elections turn out. I think the Democrats will certainly claim victory and claim that now they have cracked the code to win the midterms. But if the Democrats lose in New Jersey, it'll be another day of reckoning.
Well, that reference to New Jersey is the race for governor there. Republican Jack Ciattarelli in his third try for the governor's seat against former Navy helicopter pilot, Democrat Mikey Sherrill. Sherrill's endorsed by former President Barack Obama, Ciattarelli with the backing of President Donald Trump. Both candidates have lashed out at each other. Ciattarelli has narrowed Sherrill's lead in the last days leading up to today's election. And Virginia has a big race for governor also, where they will elect a woman for the very first time. The leading candidates, both women. And in California, Prop 50 would allow that state to redraw congressional district lines to favor Democrats in response to what Texas did during the special session to draw lines favoring Republicans. Going to be a big political night in our America.
All right, Shaun Rabb in the newsroom will be working together. Thank you.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
All right, Fox Local is your home for election coverage here in North Texas and across the country. Once polls close, you can watch the results as they come in, along with analysis from the Fox 4 team, including Shaun Rabb. Our special coverage starts at 7 p.m. You can get the Fox Local app for free on your phone or smart TV. We will also have more election coverage later in this newscast.
Former Vice President Dick Cheney has died at the age of 84. Cheney served in Congress and served in powerful positions in the White House for several different administrations, including Vice President under George W. Bush.
He became one of the most powerful and polarizing political figures in recent U.S. history. The White House lowered flags to half staff for Cheney, his family, friends, and former colleagues, all paying tribute. Fox's Rebecca Castor has more from Washington.
Former Vice President Dick Cheney passed away Monday night, surrounded by his family due to complications from pneumonia and cardiac and vascular disease. For more than 50 years, former Vice President Dick Cheney was a force in Republican politics. His family announcing his passing at 84 years old, saying in part, Dick Cheney was a great and good man who taught his children and grandchildren to love our country and to live lives of courage, honor, love, kindness, and fly fishing.
He was a great and good man and served our country with great dedication for years.
Cheney's political career spanned several decades and administrations. He served as Defense Secretary, White House Chief of Staff, and as Wyoming's congressman, where he established a strong conservative record. Cheney's greatest influence, though, was as vice president, when he advised President George W. Bush during wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and especially after 9/11, determined to win the war on terror once and for all.
There was a whole series of attacks that were foiled because of the CIA interrogation program that Dick Cheney was the champion.
Most recently, Cheney became one of the more prominent Republicans to oppose President Trump, and last year said he would cast his vote for Vice President Kamala Harris. Still, he's seen as a hero to some conservatives.
He was a man who was serious. He was a man who was dedicated to keeping this country safe.
In a statement, former President George W. Bush said history will remember Dick Cheney among the finest public servants of his generation. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
A little more from former President Bush. He paid tribute to his vice president, calling him, quote, a patriot who brought integrity, high intelligence, and a seriousness of purpose to every position he held. Cheney served as Bush's vice president from 2001 to 2009.
The Dallas City Council Finance Committee recommended the city staff move forward with developing a list of new City Hall sites that the city could lease or buy. The future of Dallas's landmark City Hall building could be decided now in a matter of months. Fox 4's Lori Brown joining us live from City Hall with more. Lori.
Heather, people who want to save Dallas City Hall's building designed by famed architect I.M. Pei will have the opportunity next Wednesday. November 12th is now the day that the full City Council will vote on a plan to either make repairs to the statement building or find an office tower to buy or lease. The decision by the Dallas City Finance Committee happened this afternoon, hours after 300 people packed the lower level of City Hall last night. The town hall meeting was hosted by council members Karen Mendelson and Paul Ridley. Those who spoke said they wanted to save City Hall. Dallas City Councilman Paul Ridley today pointed out that voters approved Prop H in 2017 that included $12.5 million for city facilities, but the money has sat unused. Today, Councilman Gay Donnell Willis asked if city staff about what amenities a new building may have that would attract City Hall employees. Among those mentioned, a wine bar.
Advanced food service options, whether it's an on-site cafe, a wine bar, a full-service type food operation. We're talking about Wi-Fi, green space environments that are accessible to the public, higher quality fitness center for staff that work in here.
So when people hear the word amenities, we're not talking about luxury. We're talking about things being offered all around the city and, in fact, the nation. I mean, about public transit, which aligns with some of our goals as a city. Security, which is very critical in this day and age.
We need an explanation from staff why that money hasn't been deployed in 8 years.
I don't have any specific answers to that. I can tell you that it's probably a lot of what you've heard before, that there's a lot of other priorities that have come before the ones that are at City Hall.
though it was staff that didn't think that was a high enough priority and so put City Hall on the back burner and is now bringing those deficiencies forward in a justification to do away with City Hall.
The recommendation going before the full city council next Wednesday directs staff to develop a list of sites the city could lease or buy for a new city hall location. It also directs staff to study the best use of the current city hall land and determine the value of the site. While there is speculation that the Dallas Mavericks could be interested in the land next to the new convention center for a new arena, the Mavericks will not confirm that. City staff estimates that the cost to lease a 400,000 square foot building for 2,200 employees would be about $200 million over the course of 10 years. City staff has not yet said where it would get roughly $20 million a year for a lease. Heather.
Lori Brown live. Thank you.
Plano-based Cheer Athletics filed for bankruptcy just a day before a sex abuse civil trial was scheduled to begin. Hannah and Jessica Gerlacher accused Cheer Athletics coach Jason McCartney of sexually abusing them during training. The company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, putting the civil complaint on hold. An attorney for the twins says bankruptcy is a way for the company to avoid accountability.
They let our clients prepare for trial, think about testifying in front of a jury and all of the hard things that survivors and clients go through as they approach that moment of final accountability, and they decided to try to avoid it.
Cheer Athletics owner says the company chose to file bankruptcy for reorganization after heavy legal expenses. The coach in the case has not been charged with any crimes related to the allegations in the lawsuit.
Still ahead on Fox 4 News at 6, 2 Massachusetts men are now in custody in connection to this weekend's explosion at Harvard Medical School.
Plus, still no funding agreement on Capitol Hill as the government shutdown sets a new record impacting the lives of millions of Americans.
And fall takes a bit of a break this week, but a strong cold front will be coming our way this weekend with a big drop in temperatures expected. I've got the details in your 4 and forecast coming up.
Police say 2 men were arrested today in connection with a weekend explosion at Harvard Medical School. 18-year-old Logan Patterson and 20-year-old Dominic Cardoza are charged with conspiracy to damage by means of fire or explosives. The explosion happened early Saturday on the 4th floor of the Harvard Medical School's Goldenson building. No one was hurt. According to court documents, the suspects were on campus for Halloween parties and chose the building because it looked abandoned. It wasn't. Officials say they lit a Roman candle outside the building and a cherry bomb inside. A motive, specifically, other than stupidity, wasn't immediately clear.
Well, behind-the-scene talks of a potential reopening of the government intensified today as the shutdown is now tied for the longest in history. Senators from both parties are negotiating a deal that would reopen the government and create a resolution to the issue of expiring health insurance subsidies. It comes after the Senate failed for the 14th time to end the shutdown. House Speaker Mike Johnson says that he is now taking his case above Democrat leadership.
We're going above the heads of the so-called leadership, and we are appealing to the consciences of a handful of people in the Senate who want to do the right thing.
Senate Republicans say their plan could have the government back open by the end of the week.
Take a look at this little cutie here. Already front row seat for tonight's supermoon. Kendall Henry, no relation to me, sending me that photo from the small community of Peaster, not too far from Weatherford. And what a beautiful sight it will be, not only tonight, but tomorrow night as well. Here's a little more explanation. Why is it called a supermoon? Well, the moon in its orbit around the Earth, it's not a circular orbit. It's elliptical, and it's closest to the Earth when it's at this point in its orbit, which is called perigee. So it's about 40,000 kilometers closer to Earth than when it's at the opposite end of the orbit at apogee. So what does that mean? Well, the fact that it's closer to Earth means it appears 14% larger and 30% brighter. And we happen to have clear skies on tap tonight and tomorrow night to see it in all its glory. It'll definitely be worth the view. Clear skies, as we said, for the supermoon tonight. Back to the 80s this week. And then a cold front slides in here late Saturday night. That returns fall weather. No rain in sight, I think, for at least the next week here in North Texas. 77 the high today, 53 the low, 71 and 50 the averages for this time of the year. We're in the low 70s right now, a very pleasant start to the evening with a south breeze blowing around 10 miles an hour. 69 Stephenville, at 71 at Bowie, 69 Cleburne, we're at 67 in Terrell, and presently 69 in McKinney. Barely a cloud in the sky once again today across the region. It's 74 down to our south at Corpus Christi, 72 up in Tulsa right now, and 64 in Santa Fe. All the weather action in the Pacific Northwest here as yet. Another one of these atmospheric rivers is developing. That'll send a train of Pacific disturbances, bringing moisture onshore from far northern California, Oregon, and Washington. But all that moisture and those disturbances will be tracking well to our north as we remain under the influence of this ridge of high pressure in northern Mexico. So mild and dry right through Saturday, and then that cold front slides in here late in the day on Saturday through Saturday night, opening the door for cooler air to return for Sunday, and especially Monday. Monday morning will be quite chilly again. 57 degrees early tomorrow morning, 77 by lunchtime, and look for an afternoon high topping out in the low 80s. 83 on Thursday. That's a day where the stars will be on Fox 4. Mostly sunny Friday, 81. Saturday, 81. Sunday, 67. And look at Monday and Tuesday mornings, mid-40s in the Metroplex, which means we'll likely see 30s in the cooler outlying areas.
Dan, thank you. Coming up on Fox 4 News at 6, hundreds of thousands of Jeeps are recalled because of an issue with the battery that could cause a fire. A look at those impacted vehicles next.
Chrysler is recalling more than 320,000 Jeep plug-in hybrids because of a faulty battery. The company says the batteries can fail and possibly cause a fire. The affected vehicles include Jeep Wranglers model years 2020 to 2025 and Jeep Grand Cherokees model years 2022 to 2026. Owners are being told to park the vehicles outside, away from structures. They're also being advised not to charge their vehicles while the company works on a fix for the entire issue. Chrysler, which is owned by the Netherlands company Stellantis, says it is aware of 19 reports and 1 injury potentially related to this same issue.
The Education Department faces a lawsuit against its rule change for a student debt relief program. Attorneys general from 21 states, along with 2 advocacy groups, filed the lawsuit yesterday claiming the Education Department's change on public service loan forgiveness is unlawful. President Trump's administration announced last week that the program will not be available to people involved in, quote, unlawful activities like aiding in illegal immigration or supporting gender transitions for minors.
Coming up, with the fate of SNAP benefits in limbo, local cities and organizations are stepping up their efforts to help feed families in need.
Plus, we have more election coverage. We're going to break down local ballots and take a look at some of the big issues that are coming up for a vote across the country.
The government shutdown is about to be the longest on record as we close out day 35.
There were several efforts across Tarrant County today to support neighbors facing hunger during this shutdown. One of the events saw mayors from 2 cities teaming up. Fox 4's John Anglin reports.
Water right here. Find a partner and you're going to go to the car together.
Serving the community.
There you go to that one.
At a time of need, the mayors of 2 Tarrant County cities team up in support of an event to fight hunger.
Today's giveaway is really just about making sure the community has everything that they need. We know that this zip code has tremendous food insecurity.
Fort Worth Mayor Maddie Parker and Forest Hill Mayor Stephanie Boardingham at Odie Wyatt High School distributing boxes of food. The project is an extension of the school's own market called Thrive. The timing coincides with the record government shutdown and with federal SNAP benefits still in limbo.
I think it's important that we show people that we do care and that we're on this, that this is something that is important to us as it is to anybody else. So being together is going to encourage other communities to partner together this way. Fort Worth is big, Forest Hill is small, but together we're great.
Next 3 cars.
Grant money from both cities made possible the purchase of items for the food boxes. Mayors Parker and Boardingham say supporting local efforts to feed families are priorities as they continue to raise their voices in support of ending the government shutdown.
The volume of money that is needed to support families, specifically with SNAP benefits, is too big for any city government, for any state government for that matter, to really supplement. And so at this point, these smaller efforts are very important, but we are still, the message is clear, in the government shutdown, restore SNAP benefits as quickly as possible.
Yes.
People's lives depend on it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Meantime, in Denton, a larger scale food distribution by the Tarrant Area Food Bank is a welcome sight for hundreds of people in vehicles. In consideration of widespread food insecurity, one man summed up things from his perspective.
Right now, it can be hard, so we got to do whatever we have to do.
Dion Anglin, Fox 4 News.
Meals on Wheels says it's facing a critical funding crisis because of the government shutdown. The agency depends on federal SNAP benefits for a large portion of its operating budget. The organization already had a wait list before the shutdown and is now concerned things could get worse for its vulnerable clients.
Homebound, disabled, unable to get out of their homes, unable to go to the grocery store, many of whom do rely on the SNAP benefits and are being affected right now by the government shutdown and unable to receive that on top of being told, sorry, we're at capacity, you have to wait.
Organizers say for now they will need to rely more and more on private donations for support.
We continue to follow that breaking news out of Louisville, Kentucky. A large UPS cargo plane with 3 people on board crashed, exploded while taking off. The plane crashed about 5:15 p.m. as it was departing for Honolulu from Louisville's Muhammad Ali International Airport. Louisville's mayor says about 280,000 gallons of fuel was on that plane. Kentucky's governor did not go into the extent of the crew injuries and did not know about any possible fatalities or didn't share information. We'll bring you updates as we get them.
Dallas police made hundreds of arrests in a crackdown on domestic violence offenders. Police Chief Daniel Como gave that update alongside representatives from the Genesis Women's Shelter and the Family Place. The month-long crackdown, Operation Safe Families, resulted in 539 arrests citywide. The department also hosted resource fairs to connect victims and shelters and other support services.
It's so important that we work together, that we collaborate together on issues like this, because it's not just about arresting, it's about the education and awareness piece that's so important.
Operation Safe Families coincided with Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
Taking a live look outside, a nice day across North Texas. Pretty warm, plenty of sunshine earlier. Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry with a look at our forecast. Hi, Dan.
Hey there, Heather. Yeah, very pleasant start to the evening. We've got temperatures in the low 70s right now, topped out in the upper 70s, close to 80 this afternoon. 71 DFW and Alliance, 72 at this hour at Love Field. Barely a cloud in view today. Just a few high cirrus clouds floating across the Panhandle on up into northwestern Oklahoma. So clear skies tonight. Great viewing for the supermoon. Tomorrow morning, you'll wake up to temperatures not as chilly as the last couple of mornings. Lower 50s in the outlying areas, mid 50s in the Metroplex. More mild temperatures ahead until we reach the weekend. Strong cold front coming in here late Saturday. We'll talk about the impacts of that front with the rest of your 7-day outlook in a few minutes.
All right, Dan, thank you. Well, the polls close at 7 p.m., a relatively low turnout for this election, but with some important statewide issues involving taxes and also bail reform. Fox 4's Stephen Dial in our newsroom to break it down. Stephen.
Yeah, Heather, polls closing soon, but if you are in line, you can vote. Many of the propositions on the ballot deal with taxes in some way. Others deal with bail reform, water, and voting. While you have been seeing a lot of campaign ads, those are mostly geared towards the midterm election, which is next year. There are a few local races where you're seeing ads. And on the ballot, everyone will see or has seen 17 propositions today. An important one deals with bail reform. If it passes, it would require judges to automatically deny bond for certain violent crimes. One of the tax bills basically says Texas will never have a state income tax. Probably a popular vote. There's also a bill about water infrastructure, investing billions of dollars each year to keep parts of the state from running out of water. We spoke to SMU political scientist Matthew Wilson this morning. He says the most broad propositions that impact the most Texans will be the tax votes.
One measure would increase the homestead exemption for everyone, and then another measure would create even greater property tax relief for people who are elderly or disabled. So I think those are the two that are going to have the greatest tangible impact potentially on the greatest number of people.
Now, when it comes to water infrastructure, the League of Women Voters made a rare move this cycle by encouraging people to vote yes. The League of Women Voters traditionally does not endorse a candidate or issue. We are really going to be looking at that bail reform Proposition 3, to see if Texans agree with lawmakers that bill passed on a bipartisan vote.
All right, Stephen Dial, thank you.
More than 1.6 million New Yorkers have voted in the city's highest publicized race for mayor ever. It was one of the races that is sort of a measuring stick for the national political climate.
And Fox's Connor Hansen joins us live from New York with more. Connor.
Hi, Heather. And by this afternoon in New York City, there was already more turnout than there had been in total in the past 20 years. But a trio of key races today, issues like affordability are front and center. But both parties will be watching this closely for any insight into how voters are feeling ahead of the midterms. In America's largest city, voters are picking their new mayor, and the stakes are high. The frontrunner is 34-year-old Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani. He's hoping to defeat former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who is now running as an independent.
If they want to vote for a candidate endorsed by Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Stephen Miller, by all means, they should vote for Andrew Cuomo.
This is going to determine the future of the city of New York. May also determine the future of the Democratic Party.
Trailing both in the polls, Republican nominee Curtis Sliwa. Across the river in New Jersey, voters will decide what has become an increasingly tight contest for governor.
I'm going to work relentlessly to drive down costs for people.
We have an affordability crisis in New Jersey, and I can address that on day one.
In Virginia, voters will choose their first female governor. Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears faces off against former Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger.
You hired us, and we're so grateful that you did. And now here I am, 4 years later, again asking for your vote.
We need a governor who is working tirelessly to mitigate every harm that might be caused by a reckless and chaotic administration.
And the polls in Virginia have closed. New Jersey and New York will both close in the next 90 minutes or so. And across the country in California, voters will decide if that state will be the latest to redraw its congressional maps that would likely hand over seats to Democrats ahead of the midterms. Back to you.
Connor, thank you.
Fox Local is your home for election coverage right here in North Texas and around the country tonight. Once polls close, you can watch the results as they come in, along with get analysis from the Fox 4 team. Our special coverage starts in just a few minutes, 7 p.m. You can get the Fox Local app for free on your phone and your TV. Fourth ISD is meeting right now to discuss the future of the troubled school district. The meeting was postponed from last week. The Texas Education Agency announced a takeover of the district last month. Parents and the school board are waiting for the TEA to announce its restructuring of the board. Superintendent Karen Molinar's contract is also uncertain at this point. The TEA has the option to replace her or allow her to continue under state oversight. We have crews covering the meeting. For updates tonight on Fox 4 News at 9.
Highland Park Town Council approved a special election for voters to decide the city's participation with DART. Highland Park, one of several DART members that complain they're paying too much and getting too little from the transit service. A total of 13 member cities contribute sales tax to DART. It keeps operations working for the more than 200,000 passengers who ride DART every day. The measure will appear on Highland Park's May ballot right before North Texas hosts matches for the FIFA World Cup. Before deciding to move forward, the council heard from DART's CEO.
With population growth accelerating and the World Cup just around the corner, our transit system is an economic asset that keeps North Texas competitive, connected, and thriving. Let's keep building on this incredible momentum that we've created.
If voters approve a withdrawal in May, DART officials say services could end immediately in Highland Park.
3 other North Texas cities will decide this week whether to call similar special elections on DART. Farmers Branch City Council is meeting tonight. Plano will discuss the issue tomorrow, and Irving takes it up Thursday. All 3 cities believe despite significant investment in DART, the return in local service and reliability has not kept pace.
Coming up, the Cowboys are going big on the defensive side of the ball today, making 2 trades before the deadline. Fox 4's Mike Ducey live in studio with a breakdown of the team's newest additions. The NFL trade deadline was this afternoon, and the Dallas Cowboys made some moves designed to help their struggling defense.
Fox 4's Mike Ducey in studio with the latest tonight. Mike.
Hey, guys. Yeah, they lost to Arizona last night. The Cowboys did. As you know, that leaves them at just 3-5-1. So you wondered if Jerry would do a major deal with this season pretty much lost now, but he made a move or two. The Cowboys getting 3-time Pro Bowl defensive tackle Quinnen Williams from the New York Jets. In exchange, the Cowboys send their second-round draft pick to New York next season and a first-round pick to the Jets in 2027. Dallas, of course, owns 2 first-round picks in each of the next 2 drafts, thanks to the Micah Parsons trade. Williams, 28 years old, a 2019 first-round pick out of Alabama. He was third player overall taken, three-time Pro Bowler, one of the better run-stopping defensive tackles in the NFL. ESPN research ranking him as the #1 defensive tackle in the league against the run. In fact, Williams now teams up with Kenny Clark inside. He was acquired in the Parsons deal, and that will tighten up the Cowboys' run defense. At least the team hopes that's the case. Before Dallas made the Micah trade with the Packers for Kenny Clark and draft picks, the Cowboys reportedly had talked with the Jets about acquiring Williams in a deal for Micah. Didn't happen then, but they've gotten Williams now. Probably too late to help the defense improve enough to help this team make a playoff run this year, but Jerry Jones said last night that any moves made today could also be designed to help the team next year and beyond. Some of Williams' time in New York was spent playing under assistant coach Aaron Whitecotton, now the Cowboys' defensive line coach. Reaction from the head coach today, Brian Schottenheimer, on the addition of Quinnen Williams.
We've played him a couple times, just played him a couple weeks ago. He's just a difference maker. Ability to affect the interior part of the pocket. From a pass rush standpoint, I think 12 sacks a couple years ago under the tutelage. I'm not saying it was Whitecotton that did it because Quinnen did it, but around A-Dub, and very disruptive. I mean, for us, there's certain calls you make. You're aware when he's in the game because he's just so disruptive. So we had alerting calls when he was out of the game. We had to set protections based on him, and you guys see it. You see the talent, but I love the play style too, just the way the guy plays, the way the guy runs the ball, and then from what I've heard from A-Dub, just the type of young man he is. I think he'll fit in great in this locker room, and very exciting.
Also today, the Cowboys acquired linebacker Logan Wilson, a veteran from the Cincinnati Bengals. Dallas sending a 7th-round pick to the Bengals in return. Wilson, 29 years old, 8 years in the league. Not necessarily all pro level as a middle linebacker, but a solid player who presumably can step in and start right away for a Dallas defense that is probably the worst in the league right now. Cowboys are off this coming weekend. They get back into action a week from Monday in Vegas against the Raiders. I'm Mike Ducey, Fox 4 Sports.
Mike, thank you. All right, this Thanksgiving, McKinney is puffing up with pride as it proclaims itself the inflatable turkey capital of Texas, a playful title celebrating the city's growing flock of inflatable turkeys that are really a fall favorite.
That's a lot of alliteration right there.
It is, right?
Very nicely done.
Thank you. Adding to the fun, the city unveiled the McKinney Inflatable Turkey Map. It's an interactive guide to highlight where you can see those turkeys, each with their own unique name and story. Locals are encouraged to submit their own displays to be featured on the map.
That's fun and fantastic.
It embraces Thanksgiving as opposed to skipping Thanksgiving.
Okay. All right. And speaking of turkeys, here's Dan Henry with the weather.
Hello, Dan.
I was waiting for that. Oh, boy. Here is a look at some firefighting efforts going on in Southern California, Shelter Valley to be exact. They're doing some aerial drops there. Fortunately, they got on this very quickly and kept it widely contained. It did char about 70 acres there in Southern California. Now, in light of the rain we saw late last week, we have seen some big improvements overall in our drought situation here in North Texas. In fact, all across the Dallas-Fort Worth area, no drought conditions at all, but still need some rain in places like Paris and Lamar County that are experiencing moderate drought. Same story just off to our south in Granbury and Waxahachie, especially southern portions of Johnson County, moderate drought, and likewise from Eastland down towards the Brownwood area. Weather headlines, clear skies for tonight and tomorrow night, the supermoon. It's back to the 80s for high temperatures this week until we reach late Saturday, and then we'll see a cold front slide in here. That will return fall weather in time for Sunday and early next week. 77 today's high, 53 the low, 71 and 50 the averages for this time of the year. Currently, very pleasant, low 70s with a light south breeze. DFW, Love Field, and Alliance Airport. We've dropped down to 69 at Meridian and 68 at this hour in Bridgeport, 66 in Paris, and currently 63 out toward the east in Mineola. It is about as quiet as it gets this time of the year. Barely any clouds in view. 68 in Houston right now. It's 67 degrees in New Orleans, and off to our west, a little warmer, 81 presently in El Paso. A lot of the weather action, not only now, but as we head through the next few days, is going to be directed here from far northern California into Oregon, Washington. Rain marching up the I-5 corridor quickly towards Portland and Seattle. And this is what we call one of these atmospheric river events that's developing here with a train of disturbances that'll be aiming right for the Pacific Northwest. But those disturbances and the precipitation they bring is going to track well to our north. We'll be dominated by this ridge of high pressure off to our southwest until we reach the upcoming weekend. And then we'll see a cold front come in here late Saturday night. That will open the door for much cooler temperatures, especially by Monday and Tuesday morning of next week. Here's your day planner. We start out tomorrow morning in the mid-50s with sunshine. Warm quickly, 77 by noon, and look for an afternoon high tomorrow, right around 82. A breezy 83 Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, both 81. Sunday, though, 67 under mostly sunny skies. And look at the lows early Monday and Tuesday in the mid-40s, with some of our outlying areas dipping into the 30s.
Dan, thanks. All right, first responders and political leaders in Louisville are holding a news conference regarding the UPS plane that crashed earlier this evening. This is happening right now in Louisville. Kentucky's governor confirmed it was a UPS plane that went down with 3 people on board shortly after 5 o'clock local time this evening. Officials say there are at least 3 fatalities and 11 injuries. So those injured would all be on the ground, and some of them are very seriously hurt. The governor warns that number will also likely climb. The governor says the main area of impact includes 2 businesses on the ground that were hit. Some of those businesses say they have people, employees unaccounted for, and customers who were in their business still unaccounted for. We'll be right back. An off-duty Plano firefighter and a police officer are being celebrated for life-saving efforts at a youth football game last month. It actually happened in Forney when a referee collapsed on a nearby field. The police officer and firefighter sprung into action performing CPR and used an emergency defibrillator. The referee's heart restarted and he came to on the field. First responders say it is satisfying to see the training fall into place when it's needed the most.
I actually reached out to our medical control doctor because the way Mike had presented to us was not how we normally find our patients when we're at the station.
The three reunited last week after the incident. Isn't that a great picture? The two first responders were happy to see the referee was recovering well and was not facing any negative effects as a result.
Walmart's drone delivery service is continuing to expand. Walmart, with partner Zipline, launched another service area, this time in McKinney. Zipline is a company that designs drone delivery systems. Walmart has drone service from almost 24 Walmart locations. Today, Fox 4 got a closer look at how the whole process works. Several city leaders and the CEO of Zipline held a ribbon cutting today to celebrate. Back in a moment.
Lots of sunshine with high temperatures in the low 80s through Saturday, and then a cold front will bring fall weather back Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday of next week. No rain either for at least the next 7 days.
All right, Dan, thanks. So it's coming up on 7 o'clock, about 3 minutes away. That's when polls close in North Texas, and you can watch the results come in on the Fox Local app.
It's going to start in just a couple of minutes. Don't forget, if you're in line, you will be able to vote. You just got to get in line by 7. All right, everybody, thank you so much for joining us. We will see you back here tonight on Fox 4 News at 9.
All right, it is election night in Texas, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
As well.
Good to be here.
Good. I'm Stephen Dowell, joined by weekend anchor Casey Stegall, senior reporter in Just Everything, the Shaun Rabb, and SMU political scientist Matthew Wilson. This is just like a warm-up for the real big one, which is next year.
Midterms, yeah.
For the midterms. But we're going to talk about things locally. We're going to talk about things outside of the state of Texas. First, turnout expected to not be super huge here in Texas. We have the 17 propositions. What proposition are you guys most worried about? Not worried about like personally, but what do you think may struggle to pass or fail?
Well, I think that clearly 9 of the 17 involve taxes of some sort, banning taxes or giving credits to people. So when you start dealing with people's purse strings, I think that becomes interesting. But we were kind of chit-chatting before we came on, and Matthew Wilson seems to think that most of the propositions likely will pass.
Yeah, that's my expectation. One that could be a little controversial, might be a little closer, is the bail reform proposition, because there definitely were some civil liberties interest groups that weighed in against that, whereas some of these have attracted no meaningful opposition, and they should pass very easily.
That's one of the things I thought was interesting. We had no organized movements against any of these, really, statewide.
That's right. And of course, they all come with the endorsement of the state legislature. They had to pass through the state legislature to be put on the ballot. The governor is supportive of all of them. So certainly the political establishment in the state is very much behind them. And it's not like you've seen Texas Democrats really rally in an organized way to try to oppose or counter any of these.
Shaun, I know that, lawmakers were talking about when this was a bipartisan passed bill, saying, there was pressure on judges saying, soft on crime judges. As you mentioned, you guys mentioned that it wasn't a huge groundswell of Democrats saying definitely vote no on this. Now, I've seen different posts on social media urging people to vote no.
And there have been some mailers by some elected Democrats.
Why do you think this time it could? Because it's been talked about for a little while.
Yeah, well, I think we have to remember the events that have taken place in our state. I'm talking about the criminal events, the crimes that have taken place that drew national attention. Right. Mm-hmm. And so where people who were on bail, who violated bail multiple times and committed multiple offenses were out again and committed another heinous crime. I think people are tired of that. And I think it's going to pass. Again, in the urban centers, you're going to have more opposition to it.
Right, but even outside Texas, I mean, some of the events that have happened in other cities around the country have brought home to a lot of people the dangers sometimes that can result from people who are released from the criminal justice system, perhaps while pending trial, who commit other offenses. And whether it's, in North Carolina or New York or Georgia or Texas, wherever, those news stories do have an impact on the public psyche.
And we are starting to see some of the results come in right now. Just 6% statewide, 60% are for Proposition 3, 40% against. It's still very early, but we know that these are early voting numbers. And likely, you had 2 weeks of early voting. I would assume a majority of the vote, outside of Collin County, we saw some long lines. That might be for other issues. The early vote may be the tale of the night, at least in Texas.
Let's talk about some of the early voting numbers, if we can. 18.3 million registered voters in the state of Texas. Early voting netted about 1.4 million statewide. In person, about 35,000 ballots by mail. And in Dallas County, they said that nearly 100,000 people voted in that early block of time, and 97,000 or so of those were in person and 1,300 by mail. So not a very strong showing, as we would expect in an election like this.
So is it general voter apathy, or, Matthew Wilson, is it because of the issues, these propositional amendments that people either aren't intelligent about or really not bothered by?
Yeah, I think it's two things. It's, first of all, we don't have any contests for elected office in most jurisdictions in Texas. There's a few exceptions where there's some municipal things going on, but there's no governor's race, there's no Senate race, there's nothing like that. And then also, as we were saying before, none of these propositions have attracted major organized opposition, so they haven't really seemed to be hotly contested. So there's not a lot that would really compel your voter who's on the fence to go to the polls.
Shaun Rabb, I know you did some stories on this, so I'm gonna let you take the spotlight on it. Proposition 1, when it talks about technical college funding, talk a little bit about that.
So the Texas State Technical College in Waco, this is going to provide for the satellite campuses across the state, and is going to be the monies for the catalyst for vocational training en masse in our state. A lot of people at the community colleges get the same kind of vocational training, but not to the extent TSTC offers. And so this is going to pass, and it's going to pass, I believe, very easily, because we need skilled workers in Texas. Any home builder will tell you that. Any major construction company will tell you that. I've watched them build facilities downtown, and they've done stories with the builders about the shortage of skilled workers. So, plus the new technology that's coming to our state. People need to be trained, and this is going to provide that.
And also the cost of education is so high in America right now. I mean, back in the day when I went to college.
How long ago was that, Casey?
It was a while ago. But I mean, you only came out of college with $100,000 in student loan debt if you were a doctor, a lawyer, an architect, you know. But to go to school and get an English degree and you got $100,000 in debt, and then you come out of school and then the wages aren't matching.
Right.
So trades are very, very important, and I do think, to Shaun's point, that's one of the reasons why we will see that easily pass tonight.
Yeah, it's been a real emphasis of the governor as well, that as Governor Abbott has put a priority on diversifying and deepening the skill set of the Texas workforce. He thinks it's really important for future economic growth in the state, so he definitely was a backer of this measure.
And look at that number, 71% right now, 10% in, 71 to 29. That might be the easiest call of the night, maybe. We'll see. Now let's transition to the taxes. I know Proposition 2, the capital gain tax ban, all of these are kind of going the way we suspect, but let's take a little minute to talk about the taxes. I know, one proposition is, no state income tax. I think people will enjoy that here in Texas, but kind of dig into, are there any that may not be successful, or will people just see tax and say, yeah?
I mean, I think all the ones that are broad-based tax relief are no-brainers for passage. There's a couple that are highly, highly specified and very, very niche tax exemptions.
Animal feed,
exactly.
for example.
That might give people some pause saying, wait, what is this about?
Right.
I still think they'll pass, but the broad-based property tax relief that would apply to all homeowners, that's going to be a no-brainer, an easy slam dunk for passage. The other more specific tax limitations, like on business inventory, animal feed, those kinds of things, might pass with somewhat smaller margins, but I would still expect them to be.
I think they'll pass, but again, some of it we might wonder why. I'm speaking about the property that's completely destroyed by fire. That's a very small percentage.
We talked about that before early voting.
But not other disasters, not other issues that might happen to your home.
And then you have the ones with homestead exemption and, especially an added bonus for those who are elderly or disabled. Why do you think, and we asked you this before early voting started, why? It seems like since I've been here 6 years, it's like taxes is on every session. Every time there's a vote, it's something about taxes. Are lawmakers not getting what they want, or is it trickling down? I know there's been some complaints about the appraisal districts and local.
So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but this taxes is a win for the party in office.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a win when you say we're going to cut your property taxes. And yes, because of the appraisal district, because my house has had no improvements, is still appraised every year at a higher value, I don't see the benefit of these tax cuts. Many people don't, but yes, to say we're going to slash your property taxes is a good thing.
But that is also a huge talker here in the state of Texas. I mean, our property taxes, because we don't have a state sales tax, income tax rather, that's where they make up some of those funds, right?
By Southern standards, they're pretty high, property taxes.
And for the record, it's not even just homeowners. People should also understand that if you rent an apartment, the property owner, the management
they're going to pass it on to you.
They're going to pass that on to you.
Trust
if
me,
their
I know.
appraisals keep going up, that's why we see rent hikes. So it's not just directed to people who are property owners here.
Correct.
Right.
I know Fox 4 News, we are involved in the Alzheimer's walk. I emceed the one in Grapevine, and they talked about Proposition 14, which creates $3 billion for dementia prevention. That's the only kind of real medical one that I've seen. Is it common for a medical specific type proposition to be on a ballot?
That's a good question. do you think?
I don't think it's that common, but I think what this speaks to is the fact that this is an affliction that is dementia, Alzheimer's, et cetera, that really hits home for so many people.
Everybody.
And an increasing number of people. As we have an aging society, a lot of people really fear that medical condition, either for themselves, their loved ones, their parents, their spouse. Say, how would we deal with that? And so this is something for which I think our society is really desperate to try to get significant medical advances. And that's why I think the state wants to put significant funds behind trying to advance the ball forward in finding a cure here.
And, there's already significant progress being made in North Texas at UNT Health Science Center in terms of the studies that are being done, the research that's taking place. And so for the state to say we want to make Texas the place in America for this type of research, it also brings the best researchers to our state.
That's right. At a time when, for a variety of reasons around the country, funding for scientific research is being cut.
Yeah.
This actually goes in the other direction.
Absolutely.
And so that makes this a noteworthy ballot proposition.
Let me ask you guys just a general voting question, all right? Because all of you guys have covered elections longer than me. Not longer than I've been alive, but longer than me. Okay, so we know it's low turnout, right? Definitely going to be a different story next year for the midterms. With low turnout, is there not voter, I guess, the 17 propositions, I guess, for a low turnout election, you're going to have passionate voters come. So is the 17 propositions not a turnoff, like saying, oh, I got to read all this? I mean, you don't have to, but is it more so just this is the dedicated bunch that goes to vote, so the number of propositions doesn't matter?
I mean, we've had more propositions at other times, I think, in our state, so I'm not sure that's an issue. One of the things that can be an issue is the language, how that proposition is written. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Can I understand it easily? Do I know what it means?
And I think also depending on the different municipalities, we're going to see these precincts in Prosper, for example, where there's a $192 million bond package on the ballot. We're going to see a heavy turnout in those communities where they have these.
Or they have skin in the game, or they have something else.
Major, bond measures on the ballot.
Or if you happen to live in Texas Senate District 9, where there's a special election, those kinds of things in particular localities in the state will drive turnout. But if you're in a jurisdiction that has just the constitutional amendment propositions, you're probably going to see fairly low turnout.
And you go ahead.
Since you brought up,
I was just about to say.
Yeah, let's stay there for a minute, right? Lee Wamgas and John Huffman.
And a Democrat, but but it's not a district where
Senate District
Democrats
9,
are likely to
no.
prevail. No.
Right.
So what you've really got here is a hard-fought battle with a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's been in that race between two candidates who, on the vast majority of issues, hold exactly the same position.
Exactly.
So it's not like there's going to be a major ideological difference, regardless of which one prevails. Two issues on which they do have differences, though, are casino gambling, whether their level of openness to expanding casino gambling in Texas, and their attitudes towards THC regulation. And so those are really the only points of issue differentiation between the two.
Matthew, let me ask, do you think that polarizes to that point? Does that polarize some conservative voters with the gambling component of it, since it is such a heavy Republican district?
I think it does potentially divide the more socially conservative, some of your evangelical Christian elements of the Republican Party who are going to be skeptical of gambling and THC versus your more libertarian-leaning Republicans who are more open to those things. So, I mean, it does potentially open some fissures within the Republican Party.
Yeah, it's choice, though, between those two, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it causes polarization to the point where what we're seeing in some places in the party. But I think it gives people a clear choice. These are, I can go for this, or I absolutely cannot.
Last question. Anyone can take it. Why is so much money being spent in this race?
Yeah.
Like, Huffman has been, I mean, I'm thankful because, it helps pay my bills, but he's been airing a lot of ads.
Well, not him.
I mean, a lot of ads for him.
People on his behalf.
Aired a lot.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, well, because there are some deep-pocketed vested interests that care a lot about
For state senate?
They want casino
how
gambling.
the gambling issue plays out.
Yeah.
But isn't that a Dan Patrick issue? That's not a...
Okay, but think about how Dan Patrick has talked about this.
Right.
He has said, I will not bring to the Senate floor gambling expansions unless they have the support of a majority, not in the whole chamber, but within the Republican caucus.
Right.
So that means, we're not talking about a large chamber. We're talking about only 19, 20-ish Republicans in the state Senate. So having one member of that caucus be favorable or unfavorable towards gambling could make a big difference in whether you could get something that has majority support within the caucus.
Right.
All right. Well, a lot of money in the special election for Senate, State Senate, District 9. We talked about all the propositions. There's a lot of other things happening outside of the state of Texas that we want to dig into. We'll do that when we come back. All right, well, we have our first called race, at least according to the Fox decision desk in Virginia. We were talking offline about this race because either way who wins, Virginia will make history by electing its first woman as governor.
And it won't be the lieutenant governor. It will be the Democrat, Abigail Spanberger.
Former Congresswoman and CIA officer following a streak of 74 men in that state, so pretty historic there. You're looking at a live picture now coming to us from Virginia, where we see people gathering on stage, and we are expecting some kind of a speech, an acceptance speech at some point here. And when she does take the podium and begins to speak, we will bring that to you live here on Fox Local. But this is a big deal.
So, Matthew, let me ask you, how much do you think the shutdown impacted this, or was she running that kind of campaign out front along the way?
She was always the favorite in this race. You have to remember, Virginia is a state that leans Democratic. Voted for Kamala Harris in 2024. And so you would certainly expect a state that voted for Harris in an off-year election under a Republican president for Democrats to have pretty strong wins at their back. And I think that showed up here. The shutdown certainly doesn't help because there are a lot of government workers in Northern Virginia who lean Democratic anyway. This certainly mobilized them, got them to the polls on behalf of Spanberger. The incumbent Republican governor, Glenn Youngkin, is actually pretty popular in Virginia, has pretty good approval rating, but Virginia law does not permit a governor to seek re-election.
Which is interesting. That is really interesting.
Right. So he couldn't run for re-election, so he had to step aside, and Winsome Earl-Sears just never really made this that close of a race.
I'm going to ask this question to you guys more than once tonight. Okay, a Democrat just won a governor's race. You mentioned the state went for Kamala Harris last year, but is this race indicative into what we may see in the midterms?
I say no.
Oh, really?
I say it's not. Not in, again, Virginia. I mean, the asterisk here is this is a Democrat-leaning state. 2021 was an outlier when Glenn Youngkin was elected governor, in my opinion. And I don't think that this, Democrats will claim it, tonight, and say, look, we're on a path to victory. We got people excited about the party, but I don't think, Matthew Wilson, that they can point to this win, considering the opponent, the lieutenant governor here.
They will do it, but I think you're right. I don't think it carries a lot of weight. What I will want to watch is what the margin of victory ends up being. If Spanberger wins by 15, 20 points, that says something about Republican turnout and Republican motivation to participate in off-year elections that could carry through to the midterms. One of the things from a Republican standpoint that I would be somewhat concerned about is that Trump built his successful winning coalition on the backs of low propensity voters. Problem with low propensity voters is that they're low propensity voters. And it's a real challenge to try to get some of those people who are part of the Republican coalition to show up in less high profile elections when Trump himself is not on the ballot. And if we see Democrats run the table around the country tonight, it points to that as being a potential motivational problem that Republicans will have to address going into the next.
Inflation, housing cost, health care among the top voter issues that were identified in that state. And I think that as we talk about some of these other races as well, nationally, we've got the New York City mayoral race, the gubernatorial race, obviously in Virginia, but also up in New Jersey. I think that these are going to be consistent issues that we see with all of these candidates. People are worried about just surviving and the cost of living. I mean, the SNAP benefits. Shaun, you've reported extensively on that. These are tough times for a lot of Americans. And I think that, don't you agree that this will be indicative of what we see with the results tonight?
Well, I think it's going to be tonight and going forward the economy. But again, whether the Democrats can say we've captured the magic in a bottle and we know what it's going to take.
And how long does that last? Because you got primaries for the midterms in March.
By the time we get to the midterms, where will the economy be?
Right.
Right now.
It could be worse.
It could be. Look at the big companies. We're sidetracking. Not really. Look at the big companies with big layoffs that we've been hearing about in the last week to 10 days.
I mean, that being said, the objective economic data right now are not that
bad. That's the other side.
To be fair, they were not that bad a year ago when Joe Biden was president, his final year in office, when Donald Trump beat up Joe Biden based on the economy. Now Trump is in power. Democrats are criticizing him on the economy when still the objective economic data are not that bad. But a lot of ordinary Americans, a year ago under the Biden presidency, today under the Trump presidency, are telling people they feel like costs are out of control, they don't feel like they can get ahead economically, from their standpoint, they say objective economic data be damned. This is how I feel, and that's something that whoever the party in power is has a difficult time grappling with.
Joe Biden couldn't get his message out there loud enough, or people didn't believe it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They believed the other message from Mr. Trump at the time.
If you guys are just joining us on YouTube or Fox Local, you are looking at a split screen box of Abigail Spanberger, who, when this race is official, will be sworn in eventually as the first woman to occupy the governor's mansion in the state of Virginia. You see the crowd there. Guys, I know we are still waiting for results in the New Jersey governor's race. We still haven't even talked about the New York City mayor race. Let's talk about New York City while we're waiting.
Okay.
Trump endorsed Cuomo.
Trump endorsed Cuomo because he knows Curtis Sliwa, the Republican, founder of the Guardian Angels, radio talk show host. He knows he doesn't have a chance to win in New York City.
That's right. And in fact, a lot of Republicans had hoped that Sliwa would actually drop out of the race,
right,
and that the vote could consolidate behind Cuomo. As little as Republicans like Andrew Cuomo, I mean, let's be honest, it's hard for a Republican to get excited about showing up to vote for Andrew Cuomo, but they see the alternative in Zohran Mamdani as really scary.
He needs, I'm talking about Cuomo, he needs whites 45 and over. He needs Republicans, and he needs the Jewish community to support him if he's going to pull off what would be an upset and a comeback against Mamdani.
1.6 million voters, and that was an hour ago at last check. We're looking at record numbers for this New York mayor race. Why do you think there's record turnout for this?
Well, there's so much discussion about affordability in the city of New York, and just the out of control services, trash collection. I mean, you go on down the list. But Mamdani is going into this as the clear front runner by all polling, and one of our intrepid managers here, Matt Taylor, who's in the room with us, we were talking this morning. He just ran the New York City Marathon, and he was in New York this past weekend, and he said that it is an energy in the city of New York because people are really talking about this. There have been so many facets of the electorate that have become engaged in this particular race. And why do you think that is, Matthew Wilson?
Well, I think young people have really been energized by the Mamdani candidacy because he offers something very different from the party establishment. Andrew Cuomo is just quintessentially Democratic Party establishment. You cannot get more establishment than Cuomo. And a lot of young voters on the Democratic side think that the establishment has been too timid, been too accommodating of business interests, and they are willing to and eager, in fact, to step aside from that and to go in a different direction. And that's why Mamdani has surged.
The word is change. He's talking about change. He's talking about reducing prices. More people rent than own in New York City. Why? Because it's impossible to own. It's so expensive. He's talking about change, talking about free daycare, talking about free transportation, all these kinds of things. Now, whether it can happen, I don't know. We know there's a threat from the president to withhold federal funds if he becomes the mayor.
Right.
And wonder if we could be in a place where New York City is bankrupt again. It happened once before, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it could happen. And there are all these people who talk about how they'll leave the city if he's elected. A lot of wealthy business people say that they just can't imagine living in New York City governed by someone who's such a hardline, open socialist. So we'll see if any of that comes to fruition. I mean, every election, there's people that say, oh, if the other guy wins, I'm going to leave.
A lot of people said they'd leave if Trump got elected.
They did.
And this is random. Did y'all see Governor Abbott's tweet?
Yeah, I saw that tweet.
Tariff.
What do you make of
moving?
That's obviously a joke.
And everyone got I don't know. There it is. You see
there
it on the screen there. This really broke the internet yesterday. I mean, everybody was talking about this. Is he serious? Is this a joke? I mean, I think that it was a joke, right? I mean, there's no way. People are really getting into the weeds how he could constitutionally do that.
Well,
not serious.
He's following another playbook, okay?
Right.
I think we know that, and he's following another playbook.
But actually, I would think that the governor would be well served to take a different tack here and to say,
Come on
calm down.
That's what threw me off.
This is a place that still celebrates freedom and free markets and blah, blah, blah. You know, that's the whole Texas line that we've been advocating for a long time vis-a-vis more left-leaning jurisdictions. I would think he would lean hard into that.
Absolutely.
Still 30 minutes to go with voting in New York City. The polls there are open until 9 p.m. Eastern time. So that's 8 o'clock Central here in Texas. So the vote is still ongoing right now in the Big Apple.
And so we are still looking at that double box there in Virginia. Abigail Spanberger, the race has been called for governor in Virginia, waiting to see if she hops on the stage very soon. History being made there in Virginia.
Another state where, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe President Trump endorsed the Republican lieutenant governor here who was running for governor. I don't believe.
Did he? I think he did.
I don't believe he did.
He did not. He did not endorse her by name.
Right.
Man.
So because he sensed that this was a real shot, and I think did not want to get aboard that train. He has obviously made an endorsement in the New York City mayor's race. Cuomo, the last minute. He's endorsed Jack Ciattarelli in the New Jersey governor's
Although
race.
he never went to New Jersey.
Right.
but he endorsed him in Teletown Hall or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, we're going to go to break. Maybe when we come back, the governor-elect will be speaking. So we're going to let you look at some results, and we'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, he is.
you are looking live in Virginia at Abigail Spanberger, who will be the new and first woman governor in Virginia. Let's take a listen at some of her remarks.
The crowd went wild, by the way. They just changed. Adam Fullerton just told us that they just changed the signage on the podium there to governor-elect, and then the crowd just went crazy. So they got the signage up there, and she is thanking all of the supporters, as you can see, and she is going to be thanking those folks. We're trying to figure out where this is, where they're holding their watch party, but there she is at the podium. Let's listen in. Richmond, thank you.
Thank you all so much. My fellow Virginians, tonight we sent a message. We sent a message to every corner of the Commonwealth, a message to our neighbors and our fellow Americans across the country. We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship. We chose our Commonwealth over chaos. You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most: lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first. And Virginia, I cannot wait to get to work for you. Tonight we turned a page. We turned that page by listening to our neighbors, focusing on practical results, laying out a clear agenda, and leading with decency and determination. To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor of the Commonwealth. I would like to thank my opponent for a hard-fought race, the Lieutenant Governor's story, her military service, and her years of service here in Virginia deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well. I also know that those who were supporting my opponent are disappointed today. And to those Virginians who did not vote for me, I want you to know that my goal and my intent is to serve all Virginians. And that means that I will listen to you, I will work for you and with you. That is the approach that I've taken throughout my entire career. I have worked with anyone and everyone, regardless of political party, to deliver results for the people that I serve. And that's because I believe in this idea that there is so much more that unites us as Virginians and as Americans than divides us. And I know in my heart that we can unite for Virginia's future, and we can set an example for the rest of the nation. Our founders understood this from the very beginning. They didn't choose to call Virginia a commonwealth by accident. They chose it to signify that our government would be based on the power of the people united for a common good. Not for a political party, not for a president, not for a monarch, but for a common good, together. And tonight, Virginia proved that that tradition is alive and well. We are still a commonwealth in every sense of the word. We are built on the things we share, not the things that pull us apart. And I am proud that our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. That's the Virginia I know, that's the Virginia I love, and that's the Virginia I will have the honor of serving as your next governor. I want to thank so many people for the support that they have given to our campaign. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. To our tireless volunteers, to those who believed in me, thank you. Thank you for devoting your time, your energy, and your conviction to this campaign. Thank you for braving the weather, the heat, and then the cold, and then the rain, and then the sun. It's Virginia after all. Thank you. Thank you for talking to your neighbors about the importance of this race. Thank you for recognizing that when we went person to person engaging, that we could bring people not just into supporting our campaign, but into engaging in our democracy. Thank you. We won this race because of you. To our campaign team, you're the best in the country. Every single member of our team, every single one of you, you work tirelessly for the change, the progress, the policies, the connection, and the respect that you want to see in our communities. Thank you for working so hard. Thank you for giving people hope. Thank you for knocking on doors in the sweltering heat. Thank you for showing kindness. Thank you for showing up in every corner of Virginia. Thank you for diving deep on policy. Thank you for capturing moments and the essence of our campaign. Thank you for reaching voters everywhere. And thank you for believing that Virginia could and would send a hopeful and joyful message tonight.
You just heard the acceptance speech from Democrat Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger in Virginia. She said the voters chose the Commonwealth over chaos and said tonight voters sent a message. I don't think any of us are shocked by the result, but are y'all shocked by what she chose to talk about?
Oh, no, this is how she ran her campaign. In fact, actually, she talked about things tonight. She said, I'm going to lower costs, make communities safe, strengthen the economy. These are the same planks we heard from the Republican Party. She's very middle of the road. She moved away to the right, if you will, away from the left-leaning part of the party there in Virginia.
Absolutely. She's a pragmatic centrist Democrat. She's got a military background. If you look at the whole visuals of her campaign rally tonight, there's all of this red, white, and blue bunting, American flags. She's talking about very centrist bread and butter issues. She's talking about competence, not ideology, pragmatism, not radicalism. I think this is a really strong implicit contrast with what we're likely to see if and when Zoran Mamdani prevails tonight in New York City, because he's trying to lead an ideological movement. He wants the Democratic Party to take what he sees as bold steps leftward. And she's saying, no, that's exactly the wrong thing to do, and is sending a different message.
So if that is the split screen tonight, which it will be the split screen tonight, so does that mean Democrats don't know what their message is yet?
It does mean that. I think it does. Which way are we going to go? Are we going to lean left, or are we going to lean more back towards the center? That's something they're going to have to work out.
It's really fascinating when you talk about messaging, because that is so much of politics, right? I mean, it's messaging, optics. So it's fascinating to hear the red, white, and blue, for example, and just the messaging and the branding down to the bunting behind her, you know?
That's right. I mean, her backdrop could be used by a Republican candidate.
Definitely.
There's nothing distinctively Democratic or left-leaning about it. And that's reflective of her whole campaign, which really was very centrist. And that is one faction within the Democratic Party, but it does not represent the totality of the Democratic Party. And so that tug of war within is going to be an interesting thing to watch.
She was thanking the viewers, diving deep on policy, choosing pragmatism, a word that you've been using a lot, pragmatism over partisanship, right off the top of her speech tonight. So again, you know, just a really interesting first female governor of the state of Virginia. So a history-making moment for sure.
So she is, for now, one of the pages in the Democrat playbook that they're going to have to figure out. Do we follow her lead across the nation?
Right.
Because we're not winning nationwide going far, far left. We're not, you know, that's what they have to say.
But the left wing of the Democratic Party could say, look at the record turnout in New York, and they voted for someone who's totally different than her. So Democrats have a short time to try to get
figure it out.
to get their game plan set, because these midterm elections, we're going to see record spending. We're going to see, I think, record turnout. I think the midterms are going to be epic.
I think you're right
when it comes to.
But I also think you have to. New York is different, and it's really different with this particular election. Again, it comes down to change. People are tired of what they've been experiencing in the city.
That's right. And I think in the midterms, the Democrats may be able to paper over some of these differences within the party, because the midterms will largely be a referendum on Trump. When it comes to 2028, they're not going to be able to paper over those anymore. There's going to be a battle for who is the Democratic nominee for president, what kind of platform does he or she put forward. That will have to be hashed out.
Yeah, it's going to have to be.
Okay, so we just heard from one of the races. When we come back, we're going to talk about Prop 50 in California. That's California, Governor Gavin Newsom's payback for what Texas lawmakers did. We'll talk about Congressional District 18, Sylvester Turner, the late Sylvester Turner seat. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. We know those propositions are going the way, kind of what we think. We saw the Virginia governor-elect talking. Now let's get back to Texas. Texas 18, there's a special election for Sylvester Turner's seat. Sylvester Turner died while in office, former mayor of Houston. It is a crowded field,
to say the least.
The Harris County attorney, Christian Menifee, is in the lead, followed by Amanda Edwards, who has run for multiple races, and then State Representative Jolanda Jones. This is going to a runoff, but what do you guys make of this so far with 51% in?
Well, 16 candidates. I mean, we already knew going into this, as you said, that the odds of a majority are unlikely and that a runoff is extremely likely. So that is exactly as well.
And it's going to a runoff between two Democrats because this is an overwhelmingly Democratic district. This is not one where Republicans can compete. So it's really just a question of which Democrat is going to occupy this seat.
And not really surprised by the number of candidates. If you have any kind of political aspirations, you can't beat the incumbent. So you wait till that seat is open and then you make your bid. That's what we're seeing happen.
Right.
As we saw happen here in times past.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. Christian Menifee picked up an endorsement from Jasmine Crockett, Dallas Congresswoman who's popular in the state of Texas and among young Democrats. I mentioned Amanda Edwards. She's run for multiple races, trying to appeal to women and just appeal to a young voter as well.
Does Jolanda Jones have to give up her seat to run here?
I don't believe that's the case, but it looks like you're going to have two, Menifee and Edwards facing off in a runoff.
Yeah.
It looks like the most likely outcome there. And the interesting thing about when you have runoffs is that the turnout dynamics can be totally different.
Absolutely.
So just coming first in the first round of voting is not a guarantee that you're ultimately going to take things.
That's true.
Re-scrambles things, then you got to see who can get their people to show up a second time at some later date.
And may I just tell you, the hardest thing in the world to do is to motivate people to go back to the polls for that runoff.
Then you don't know what the weather's going to be like. We'll see if we finally have winter in Texas, or we're in fall. And then another interesting thing is this is just to finish out Sylvester Turner's term.
Right.
We'll talk about it when we reset, but redistricting, Al Green, who is a representative in the Houston area, hinted that he's going to run for this seat. And so that could throw things off as to, okay, let's say Menifee or someone wins. Are they going to run against a juggernaut name like Al Green?
In a different district, a differently configured
district.
Right.
So the Texas Tribune has done some reporting on the fact that there has been voter confusion because of the redistricting changes and also the unusual special election timing. So there have been sort of uncertainty about eligibility, where to vote, why the election's being held, and all the rest. So, but that was, of course, the seat that was held by Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who died in July of 2024. Then her daughter finished out her term, endorsed Turner, and then Turner died just 2 months into his term. So this is, again, to finish out Sylvester Turner's term.
And of course, these folk are spending all the money they have to get to this point, and now the runoff. And, and then here comes the congressman with a whole bunch of money.
Everyone knows his name.
Yeah,
Tremendous
he doesn't have
name recognition.
money.
That's
Absolutely.
right. That's right. But remember that every seat in the U.S. House of Representatives matters a lot now. It's so closely divided that a vacancy matters. If you got a 30-seat majority, a vacancy is not that big of a deal. You got a 5-seat majority, a vacancy matters a lot. So I mean, this is consequential.
Right. All right, guys. Polls close in New York and some other places in a couple of minutes. When we come back, we're going to reset. We're going to talk about what we know and what we don't know just yet. Thank you for joining us. We are live again. We're entering our second hour on YouTube, Fox Local, TikTok, everything.
All the streaming platforms.
All the streaming
Thank you
platforms.
for joining us for this special coverage. Casey Stegall alongside our esteemed colleagues Shaun Rabb, Stephen Dial, and SMU political scientist Matthew Wilson, who's helping us break everything down for you on this election night here in Texas.
All right, so we want to bring in Irving Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne. Thank you for taking some time to talk to us. Congresswoman, I know one of the big races tonight is Prop 50 in California, and it's basically payback for what Texas lawmakers did. Are you assuming it's going to pass, and what is your reaction to that?
Look, I mean, I think it will probably pass, but the problem is that if you look at the percentage of Republican voters in California to the percentage of congressional districts that they've got, it is already way gerrymandered to begin with. So I know that California had an issue with what Texas was doing, but the fact was that we were only making it more fair. What they are planning to do now to really gerrymander is ridiculous. They allowed an independent group to be able to pick this. They are making it entirely partisan. I think it's going to backfire on them ultimately. But, you know, California is going to do what California is going to do, and I'm just proud to be in Texas.
A high stakes measure for sure. And let's talk a little bit about what is happening with that, because the language on the ballot is really important. First of all, it's the only item on that race, on that ballot in California. No other state races or anything. So it's going to be a very niche group of voters that are coming out to vote for this. A yes vote means the state would use the new legislative drawn congressional maps starting for the 2026 elections. A no vote means the current maps drawn by the independent commission under the state constitution remains in effect until those new maps are drawn in 2030. Do you think that there's going to be a great deal of turnout there? And do you think that there will be a little confusion with the way this is worded on the ballot?
Potentially. I don't think a whole lot of people who are interested in going to vote on this topic will probably know. But the difference is you're either allowing it to be nonpartisan and based on the facts and then having an independent commission doing it, or admittedly saying we are going to go for complete gerrymandering to try to get more Democrat seats, and the legislature is taking over. Now, I don't think in the long run this is what Californians want. I think they've been very clear that they want to have an independent group decide this. But we're also in an interesting time. So what you've seen is, Texas has redistricted. We might potentially have an additional five Republican seats. And depending on what California does is also, I don't know if you've seen, but it's going to depend on what Florida does. So Florida now is saying that we're going to redistrict and we're going to come out with a potential new 3 to 5 Republican seats. So, I don't know if, California is going to balance what Texas is doing, and then you're going to see other states come out. But I would rather just see, independent groups pick these seats and have it based on population and just stop the gerrymandering. I mean, you look at some of these blue states, they have absolutely, completely, the number of Republican congressional districts that they've got compared to the number of Republican voters that they have. It's completely nonsensical. I mean, you look at Massachusetts, you look at Maryland, that it has a tiny fraction of Republicans that are actually represented in Congress. So California was already way gerrymandered for Democrat votes to begin with. It's only going to be worse.
And Congresswoman Shaun Rabb here, it doesn't just stop with Florida, though. Aren't there other Republican-led states that are also talking about redistricting, redrawing the lines now with what we saw happen in Texas and then the threat now being voted on in California?
There are. I mean, Ohio is doing it. You're seeing Iowa will come out. I mean, yes, you're seeing a number of states that are going to have this happen. Again, I love my district. District 24, I think, is the best district in the country. I would prefer to see it stay, remain the way it is. This will be the third congressional district, change that I've had in my 3 terms in Congress. But It is what it is. Look, I don't think a lot of people recognize where the one congressional district line ends and the other begins. I've had people call me and complain because I'm not on their ballot. They're like, I want to support you, I want to vote for you, but you're not on my ballot. It happens. But at the end of the day, we try to in North Texas all work together, and I look at the wins that I can have. So there's so much that I can do in DC, to bring home to my district, but there's a lot that we can do actually in the district, and this is why we try to look at our own wins, whether or not it's our family fly-ins that we bring in folks from our district into DC and try to introduce them to DC for the first time, whether or not it's a job fair that we have, which, by the way, I don't know if you guys ever covered this, but the job fair that we run in our district, but it's all for all of North Texas, is the largest job fair in the country. And that is as a direct result of trying to think outside the box from a congressional office, what we can do to actually serve our constituents. We heard from businesses that they were trying to hire people. We heard from constituents that they were trying to get jobs that paid better, had better benefits, had more flexibility. And the last one that we had in August had about 35,000 people that came out for jobs, and we had over 500 businesses that were hiring. So regardless of what the lines look like, I look at it, we serve all of North Texas, and we just try to be as responsive and as effective as we possibly can.
Congresswoman, if Democrats sweep all of these races when it comes to the Virginia governor, the New Jersey governor, the New York City mayor, and Prop 50, will that be an indication as to voter anger against Republicans in your eyes heading into the midterms, or do you see this as being in a vacuum and isolated?
Look, New Jersey has always been, historically been for a number of years now, a Democrat state. That's to be expected. Same thing with Virginia. New York obviously has been very Democrat city, almost 85+% vote Democrat. But depending on what happens with that race for mayor, that's going to benefit Texas. I think you already heard Jamie Dimon say that if Mandami is named mayor, that you're going to see about 20% of the financial district absolutely exit New York City. And where are they going to go? They're going to go to places like Florida and Texas. Texas, which has our we're calling it, instead of Wall Street, Y'all Street. JP Morgan has more employees in Texas than they have in New York, and you're going to see, I think, a mass exodus of people who are absolutely sick of the socialist ideology that has taken over New York City. And they're going to want to be in cities, they're going to want to be in states that actually represent our morals, our philosophies, our capitalistic background, and actually appreciate businesses that offer opportunities to our citizens that are business friendly. And you're going to see that in Texas. So as awful as it may be for New Yorkers, I hate to say it, but you get what you vote for. And if you're going to vote for a communist, you're going to vote for a socialist, expect that, but also expect a mass exodus of your largest taxpayers into cities, into states that actually appreciate them. And that's going to be Texas, and that's going to be places like Florida and Tennessee.
Former Irving Mayor, Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne, thank you for taking the time to hop on with us. I hope to talk to you in the near future. And we'll see you heading into the midterm. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Congresswoman.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. You guys have a great night.
All right. We have so much more to discuss. You got something to say?
So she's predicting a mass exodus from New York to places like Texas if Mamdani becomes mayor.
There will be some. I mean, no doubt about it. New York has been bleeding a certain category of resident for a long time, right? We've seen domestic migration, people leaving states like New York and California to come to Texas, so that wouldn't be anything new. There's certainly people talking about that. They really fear that Mamdani will create a business unfriendly climate. And obviously, Texas and Dallas in particular is building a financial industry infrastructure to try to accommodate some of those folks. So, I mean, mass exodus is probably too strong, but there will be certainly a segment of the New York City population, if Mamdani wins, that will wake up tomorrow saying, oh my gosh, what has happened in my city? Because it will be a radical departure from what we've seen in the past.
Get ready to pay those tariffs if they're moving to Texas.
We'll have to
Kidding.
see if Governor Abbott follows through on that. All right, we got a lot more to discuss right after this break. So if you have been watching us, we just spoke to Irving Congresswoman, Republican Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne. She was saying, hey, all of these races are Democrat states, not really a bellwether or a omen for Republicans.
Not
to
a
be
litmus
nervous.
test on Donald Trump or the Republican Party. That's what she's saying.
Do you buy that?
Well, she's right in that they are Democrat states traditionally. She's right in that the population of New York City votes majority Democrat most of the time. She's right about those things. But I also think, and Matthew Wilson, you shed light on this, I also think people are fed up. There is a level of frustration with what's happening in our country.
I think there is, and particularly on the left, and that drives turnout. Drives turnout in an off-cycle election. This always happens where the party out of power is more motivated in the off cycle than the party in power. It's especially true now with the level of absolute rage that Donald Trump engenders in the Democratic Party base. And those folks are showing up to vote. So I agree. We shouldn't read too much nationally into the message that comes out of elections in some Democratic states. We can infer a little bit from whatever the margins end up being about the level of mobilization or demobilization of the respective party bases.
So we are in the process of bringing in Dallas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, who's actually in California. Okay. She is happens to be in California while we were just talking about Prop 50 in California, the payback for Texas lawmakers with the redistricting that they did. California lawmakers had to jump to a different hoop because they have an independent redistricting commission. And so this vote allows, is the voters changing that constitution to allow that. So as we have her, Congresswoman, how are you? You're live on YouTube, everything, TikTok. Casey Stegall, Shaun Rabb, and Matthew Wilson from SMU. How are you doing?
I am excited. I am excellent. I am believing in the power of the people and their resilience on tonight, whether we look at Virginia, which when you start to talk about this redistricting scheme, or attempting to rig the next election for the midterms, because we know that the policies that Donald Trump has pushed and all House Republicans and Senate Republicans have signed on to, that have allowed us to be in this place in which economic harm is being felt by all, unless you are the top 1%ers, where we know families are being torn apart. If you tend to be maybe a little bit darker, it's so refreshing to see the people pushing back. And so while the president plays with AI videos and decides to dump poop on the people have decided that they're going to poop all over him. And so I fully anticipate we're going to have a great night with Proposition 50 here in California. We know that in Virginia, which it was a shock, about 2 weeks ago or so, maybe not even 2 weeks, they announced that they would actually enter the arms race and try to pick up some Democratic seats, with them obviously expecting to have a strong and good night. And so far, Virginia has. So hopefully after California passes Prop 50, and after we see New Jersey, and after we see hopefully the retention of judges in Pennsylvania, and as we see 2 new statewide elections that were won in Georgia, in places that haven't elected anyone statewide, and I think they said 25 years outside of the federal level, I think that the people are expressing that they are fed up, and it's not even been a year.
Congresswoman, you talk about redistricting and talking about voters being fed up. There's been talk about you throwing your hat in the race to run for U.S. Senate in Texas in this midterm election. What is your response to the filing deadline is a month away?
It is looming. But if you remember, and I think you probably will, I was basically the last person to enter the race for Texas 30. But once I got in, I was in, and we ran hard, and we were able to pull off a win in that primary. And so right now, I think that it is important for me to really get a pulse of the people. I think that we do have an opportunity, but number one, Kim Paxton has to be the nominee. That's just what it is. We need Kim Paxton to be the nominee. We know the National Republicans estimate that it will cost them approximately $250 million to win this election if Kim Paxton is the nominee. And so one of the reasons that I want to hold off a bit is, number one, I want to see if the trend continues to hold, that he may most likely be the nominee. Number two, I think that if we continue with the same electorate that we've had for the last 30 years in Texas, that we probably should expect the same result. I think that we've got to do something different. We've got to be able to expand the electorate. And so we are about to be testing in a very different way. We just went through some things, and we're going back and forth with the team that we have that's going to be doing that. But we're trying to see, can we really expand the electorate? And the final point that I'll make is that typically in Texas, we've had amazing candidates. And I honestly have nothing bad to say about any of the candidates that are running for U.S. Senate right now. But what we typically do is we spend $100 million just so that people can learn their name. And basically, they end up spending all their time on the phones, raising money, and then running ads just where they're getting to kind of know people's names. What I've seen in the polling is that my name ID is super high, considering the fact that I've never run statewide in the state of Texas. So by the time we start, I just don't really feel like we'll be kind of at home base and up to bat, but instead we'll already be on second base, and we'll be able to kind of move into the next phase of the election and really start to prosecute the case. And knowing that Donald Trump is at the helm, and that whether you're from rural Texas or urban Texas, you are feeling pain alike, whether it has to do with the farmers, and therefore they are losing, or a number of them are filing bankruptcy as it relates to their farms, or whether we're talking about the people that need that food on their tables. Everyone is hurting. Or whether we're talking about healthcare and the fact that in rural Texas, we know that a lot of those healthcare facilities are going to potentially be shutting down because they just won't be able to sustain themselves, or whether we're talking about urban Texans who cannot afford the cost of health insurance anymore. It is time for us to point out what brings us together instead of focusing on what separates us. And I think right now,
no matter if you identify as a Democrat, Republican, or independent. You just want somebody who will fight back against what's going wrong. And right now, I think it is very clear, especially with the election results that we're seeing today, that the one thing for sure that is going wrong is Donald Trump. And the one person that absolutely has a record for always being willing to call out Donald Trump and fight back is me. Well, at the same time, you know, I must be honest. If John Cornyn is the Republican nominee, it makes it very interesting. Most people don't know that Cornyn and I work together quite often on bills. We've done stuff around food security. We've done stuff around fentanyl. We've done actually a lot of legislation together. Now, Ted Cruz and I don't work together hardly on anything, but me and John Cornyn actually work together. So it would be an interesting dynamic if it's the two of us. And then it would be a really interesting dynamic if it's Paxton.
Congresswoman Casey Stegall here. As you know, there are 17 agenda items on the ballot in Texas, constitutional amendments, and it looks as the early information is coming in that all of these are passing quite easily. What do you make of that?
You know what? I will tell you that we've seen record turnout. It looks like at least higher than anticipated turnout so far when I've looked at what's taking place in Dallas County. I'm going to be honest. I don't know how well-versed people were on all of the constitutional amendments, but what it seems like I am sensing in general is that people do not want to miss an opportunity to show up to a ballot, even if they're not fully versed. And sometimes with those constitutional amendments, as someone who came from the State House, the way that they ultimately phrase them, everything always sounds so good. It just does, right? But without having the benefit of talking to, you know, maybe some state reps and finding out kind of the backstory and kind of the potential, some would call them unintended consequences, and some would say the intended consequences of some of these things. You know, we'll see. But I don't know that there was a lot of campaigning around any of these amendments in the state of Texas. And I think a lot of people were just like, they said there's an election. We're really upset with what's going on. Let's make sure we don't miss the election.
Congresswoman, it's Shaun Rabb, my friend. Good to see you. Let me ask you about your power and your influence. You endorsed in Texas 18, I believe, and not only in Texas, but around the country. Congresswoman, your voice, your influence has been weighing in on candidates. You talk about expanding. Is this one of the expansions to find the kind of candidates you talk about would not continue to be the quote unquote traditional party?
A little bit, but more so just, I think that people trust my judgment. I don't think people look at me as just your everyday politician.
Of course not.
And they trust me to be authentic with them. And so when I said that, you know, in Texas 18, there were 16 candidates. And a lot of people were like, there's 16 people, and some of them didn't know any of the people, right? But this is a historic seat. I obviously had a relationship with Sheila Jackson Lee. I also had a relationship with Sylvester Turner. And so I saw the people that they interacted with. I saw kind of the way that they felt like they needed to represent for Texans 18. And I know multiple people in this race, you know, and I made it clear to people all around as I was down in Houston campaigning on behalf of Christian Menifee. And I said, it's not really about like who I know the best or who I like the best or anything like that. It's about who I feel like is best for this position in this moment based on everything that I know. And I just couldn't think of a better candidate than Christian Menifee. And I felt like it was important, especially since this is such a historic district. And right now, as we know, Section 2 is under attack as it relates to the Voting Rights Act, as the Supreme Court is going to decide whether or not, you know, basically the last pillar of the Voting Rights Act will stand. I do think it's important holding a Section 2 seat out of Dallas County, that if I had any strong opinions that I weigh in. And people have actually said stuff about the fact that that made their decision easy. I remember when Christian first decided to run, I actually tried to convince him not to run. That's a whole other story. But he immediately wanted my endorsement and he knew that he would get it. But I told him we've got to be strategic. And I said, it is hard for me to gauge how people feel about me all over. I'm a data driven person. And when you run down the rabbit hole of X, I seem like the demon spawn, right? But then you may go over to TikTok or Instagram and it's different, right? So I'm like, I don't know what's real. And, as I've traveled the country as a member, we've had conversations with allied countries about the concerns of those that aren't friendly to our country that have engaged in the bot farms. And they really have done a very good job of driving people to kind of these hateful kind of corners, right? And so it is hard for people to know what's real and what's not. So I said, before you put me, because of how high my profile is, and I know that certain news outlets love to just run hateful things about me, you need to test and make sure that I won't hurt you in your district. And when he got the numbers back from the polling, he's like, nope, my district absolutely loves you. I was like, all right, well, let's go. Let's get it. And it was fun. I love this. It's not the first time I've been down to Houston to campaign for a candidate. Usually by the time I get in, I see something very special in that candidate, whether it's a state house race, whether it's a mayoral. I've actually been helping out some places more silently than others. But I'm really excited for tonight and what it means for America. And I think that we are going to continue this trend. I also know that once the Democrats start to get into power, whether it's state power, city power, county power, or federal power, we have to deliver. I think the one lesson we should have learned is that it's not good enough to have the best ideas. We've got to actually deliver on those ideas. And we've got to be just as aggressive to do good for the people as the Republicans have been doing bad to people. So I am looking for aggressive folk to come into the fold who are ready to actually do the work on behalf of the American people.
Dallas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, thank you for taking some time to talk to us. I know you are out of town in California on some other business, so thank you for taking some time to talk about tonight and look forward to hearing from you soon.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Good to see you.
Thanks, y'all. Bye.
Well, she said a lot there.
Yeah,
I know we'll have to wrap soon, but she talked about, in terms of the Senate race, she said if Ken Paxton is still leading in the polls, that might sway her decision to jump in.
Right. She talked about her relationship with John Cornyn, but also maybe she feels like she can't beat a John Cornyn.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the case. I think she definitely feels like she would have at least a puncher's chance against Ken Paxton because of his own baggage and polarizing nature. I think it would be a much more uphill climb for whoever the Democratic nominee is against John Cornyn. I think she's sensitive to those dynamics, and that's why she's saying.
Now, and I don't want to assume, if Jasmine Crockett, Congresswoman Crockett, throws her name in the Senate race, does she automatically win the Democrat nomination? I'm just asking. I know we don't have a crystal ball.
She'd be she'd have a strong
the front runner
chance
from the beginning, yeah.
because she has the greatest name recognition and the greatest ability to produce energy in the Democratic base. But, Colin Allred has run a statewide race. He's well known. He's got a set of donors. Tallarico has actually generated a lot of buzz with his appearance on Joe Rogan and other things like that. So it wouldn't just be a romp for her, but the polling suggests that she would come in a very strong position.
Yeah.
All right, so we heard from Republican Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne. We heard from Dallas Democrat Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. We got 30 more minutes of this before the big show, Fox 4 News at 9. I'm joking. We'll be right back after this break.
Oh, I see it.
He'll win.
All right, we are back. Hey, we have gone almost 2 hours, gentlemen. 30 more minutes. New York, we're starting to get returns. We're thinking Mamdani is going to win this, but let's talk about. I really liked the discussion when we were looking at the Virginia governor-elect and talking about the differences. And we just heard from Jasmine Crockett. Hearing those three voices, we haven't heard from Mamdani yet, but hearing the governor-elect of Virginia, hearing Jasmine Crockett, and what we expect to hear in New York, does that further show the differences, or is there anything that Jasmine Crockett said that was different than what you heard the governor-elect say?
I would say Mamdani's probably in a category all by himself, right?
Yes, although I think that Crockett would tend to be sympathetic to Mamdani and to his wing of the party. What strikes me is that, Jasmine Crockett said, well, we need different kinds of candidates. We can't have the same old kinds of candidates Democrats have always run. Except in some ways, Abigail Spanberger, who just won in Virginia, represents a very traditional kind of centrist Democratic candidate.
Yep.
And so that's going to be that dynamic that's going to have to play out in the Democratic Party is the tent big enough to range from Mamdani to Spanberger?
Can you get all those camps in there?
Are they going to have to take one of those forks in the road?
Right.
So.
I think that's the point for the Democrats moving forward is how do we coalesce these different ideologies, right?
Right. Exactly.
One more traditional and one new and different. And when Congresswoman Crockett talks about a different kind of candidate, she's not talking about the traditional Democrat. She is not the traditional Democrat candidate herself. And so she's talking about people who align with her way of thinking and her way of acting, which is probably more left, not as far left as Mamdani, but
So I don't know if we're going with the Fox Decision Desk or AP, but the Associated Press is reporting that they're calling the race for Mamdani. So by 50%, I don't know if we're comfortable here at Fox 4 to make that call, but we knew this going into the race, right, ahead of the election, that he was poised to win by all accounts with the polling. If that's the case, we're talking about the...
You were looking at some AP stuff. Do they have the numbers for you to look at?
50.4%, with Andrew Cuomo behind at 41.3%, but they say AP called the race at 8:34 p.m.
What percentage of votes are in?
75% of the votes counted according to the Associated Press. Okay. So again, that is AP. Don't know if we're waiting to go with the Fox Decision Desk, but you see the ballroom there in New York City, similar to what we've seen at these other watch parties. And if this is in fact the case, and the race has been called in Mamdani's favor, then we would be expecting him to come out and address the crowd there, because there is a fairly large gathering there in New York City. If he does win this race tonight, he would be one of the youngest governors in New York history. Mayor, and the first Muslim mayor. So another historic race that we've been talking about in New York.
So I think he's 34, if I'm not mistaken, and he's been an assemblyman, and he appears to be the man who's going to lead the city of New York, the Big Apple. The largest turnout in the mayoral election in 30 years in New York City, by some reports I'm reading.
And also off topic, Fox Decision Desk has projected Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill to become the next Democrat governor of New Jersey.
That was expected.
That was expected.
Could have been a close one, but that was expected there also. No surprises at this point?
No, these are the outcomes that I would have expected, and every poll had shown Mamdani leading Cuomo. The only question was by what margin, and we saw polls showing him leading by as little as 5 points, as much as 25 points. Looks like right now the margin is going to be somewhere in between that, but these are the outcomes that I think I would have expected going into tonight.
Depending on what state you live in, I know politics is totally different, but with Mamdani looking like he will win, is that the type of candidate, person that Republicans will make sure to put in all campaign ads heading into the midterms? Like, will that be something to turn off Republicans in Texas when he has nothing to do with Texas?
Of course. I mean, he's going to be target practice.
And he's feeding that himself in the sense that he said this week, says, we have won the battle for the soul of the Democratic Party. Now, I think there are a lot of Democrats who may not agree with him about that, but he's certainly making those kinds of grandiose claims. And you know, a cynical person might say that the best election outcome tonight for Republicans was his victory in New York City.
Absolutely.
Because that gives Donald Trump a foil. That gives Republicans a foil, somebody very prominent nationally that they can point to say, look, the Democratic Party is off the deep end. And that will be the kind of messaging that we will hear from Republicans going forward.
And we've been hearing, okay, Speaker Mike Johnson, the president, and other Republicans have already been hammering Mamdani for his beliefs, and that's going to continue. And we can't believe New York City is going to do this, and that's going to continue. The president is going to talk about target practice. He's already threatened to withhold federal dollars. He's talking about him every day. It's going to be a flashpoint, and it's going to be something the Republicans try and use, of course.
Hell, President Trump even said that I read that he would try to deport Mamdani, and that's, of course, not even possible because he has his U.S. citizenship. But that's already giving you an example of the flashpoint that has already been generated with this race, and particularly now if he wins tonight.
And remember, we want to talk about traditional or establishment Democrats. They didn't really rally around.
So Fox News has called the New York mayor race. So officially,
I mean, they didn't rally around him. Chuck Schumer didn't give an endorsement, and other big-name traditional Democrats kind of stood off and watched this thing play out. I mean, they may have privately wanted Cuomo, but they may have been hesitant to speak that too.
So with the record turnout tonight, Mamdani being in, looking at next year with Chuck Schumer, we were talking off camera. I mean, does the turnout tonight add into Schumer's consideration about running or retiring, or does this have nothing to do with his decision to try to run again?
No, I mean, I think it certainly emboldens Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who is an enthusiastic backer of Mamdani, who's appeared at a lot of rallies with Mamdani, who draws on a very similar base and is in a similar place in the Democratic Party to where Mamdani is. It emboldens her, I think, to say, I could take out Schumer. I could become the Democratic nominee for Senate from New York. And, we'll see how Schumer responds to that. But I think definitely this outcome emboldens the hard left in the Democratic Party. And AOC is one member of that, and that would play out potentially in a primary challenge to Schumer.
She certainly has the wind in her sails, right? I mean, this has been, we talked about messaging earlier. We're in the middle of this record government shutdown, where so many people across the country are hurting. They're going without paychecks, and then you have the SNAP benefits and the back and forth with all of that. A lot of people struggling. So the messaging has been the Schumer showdown. So this shutdown. So she may very well have the wind in her sails to go ahead and challenge him and turn up the heat a little bit.
Sure, and we've seen this over the last decade on the Republican side, where there comes a point where there's so much anger and frustration in a party, not just with the other side, but with the establishment of their own party, that it almost seems like whatever their flaws may be, whoever is the angriest, feistiest person in the race energizes the base and gets the nod.
Prevails.
And we've seen that play out on the Republican side, and I think we're starting to see some of that dynamic emerge on the Democratic side as well.
So certainly Bernie Sanders is a champion of Mamdani and AOC, and he said just yesterday that Mamdani win can transform American politics.
Yeah, I mean, certainly he's hoping so. Mamdani has a lot more years left to go in American politics than Bernie Sanders does, so I think that's the hope. I mean, they're really now starting to say the quiet part out loud. That is, they're making no secret of the fact that they have a vision of a socialist America. And Mamdani openly says that. AOC comes pretty close to saying that. Bernie Sanders says that. And we're going to see whether the American electorate is ready to embrace that vision or not.
A lot of what happens in the coming year will determine where people line up when it's time to vote.
That's right.
All right, so we're going to take another short break. Hopefully when we come back, Mondani will be at the podium talking, because I'm interested to see what he will say
The
tonight.
optics of his presentation.
Optics, because it's going to be totally different.
Yeah.
So we'll take another short break, and hopefully we'll have the New York mayor-elect. You're looking at a split box right there of the Cuomo campaign headquarters and the Mamdani campaign headquarters. Two totally different moods, I would.
And I'm looking at some numbers. Matthew Wilson and I are looking at some numbers out of New York. Mamdani, 49.6% of the vote. Andrew Cuomo right now, 41.6%. And Curtis Sliwa, 7.9%. Absent Sliwa's presence, it's a toss-up. They're neck and neck. It's a dead heat.
Assuming that all the Sliwa people went for Cuomo, which they likely would, yes, given a choice between Mamdani and Cuomo. But yeah, that's why the people have been leaning on Sliwa throughout the campaign to get out of the race. And it will be symbolically important, not substantively, but symbolically, to see whether Mamdani ends up with more or less than 50% of the vote. Because if he ends up over 50%, then by definition, it didn't matter who was in or out of the race, he would have won. If he's under 50%, then you start to talk about, well, what if thus and such person had gotten out earlier and stuff like that. But anyway, that'll be one interesting thing to watch.
Yeah, all night long you've been talking about the margins when we all have looked at your direction and asked, what do you make of this? What do you make of that? And you've constantly said that it's going to be about the margins and how much these people win by, how much these Democrats win by. But interesting fact that, Andrew Cuomo had to change to run as an independent. He has the most name recognition, arguably, but the shaping of the primary really shaped the race.
That's right. When he lost the primary, when he didn't see Mamdani coming and ran a lackluster primary campaign, that's when he lost the mayorship. Because to win the mayor's office in New York without being the Democratic nominee is pretty tough. And
it looks like Mamdani won every borough.
Staten Island?
Even Staten Island?
Well, Staten Island's not here yet, but the others that are up.
Because that's the
Staten Island belongs to Curtis Sliwa. That's kind of his home, right? But outside of that, the four big ones, right? It looks like he's won all of those.
And then I go back to, I know things are, is this in a vacuum? Like, is this, we talked about New York City being super liberal, and Democrats are upset and they want something different, clearly. But is this, how much can national Democrats take this and run with? If the head of, Democrats in the Senate wouldn't even say if he voted for him or not.
Well, I think they're going to claim the victory is ours. And then, like we've been saying all evening, they're going to have to work out the rest to have some unity in the party. But yeah.
Take the headlines tomorrow and then fight another day. Basically.
They'll be spinning tonight for sure.
Yeah.
And saying, look, people are tired of the Republicans, they're tired of Trump, they're tired of the way the country's going. That's what we're going to hear.
Of course, yeah, that's what they'll say. And there are things that they can take from the Mamdani campaign. He had a very effective social media outreach strategy, really effective in communicating to young voters. He also was able to, through a winning personality and a good smile and an engaging demeanor, soften some of the concerns about his radicalism. And, that's a message that other candidates can apply as well. Now, all that said, Republicans will say we would be absolutely delighted for Democrats to put forward a Zoran Mamdani in every state
everywhere.
Union. Yeah, we'd love to see that. Is what Republicans would say, because they think that his brand of politics doesn't travel well outside of a place like New York City.
Transitioning to, while we're waiting, the midterms. What states or races stand out to you guys already so far? I mean, I know we're going to have the fight here in Texas for Senate on the Republican and the Democrat side, but is there another state, a Georgia, Ohio, or North Carolina that stands out?
In fact, the three you just mentioned, Georgia, Ohio, and North Carolina. Also Maine. Maine is going to be an important battleground because Susan Collins is going to try to survive up there in a state that has been trending away from the Republican Party, and we'll see if she can keep her seat in a midterm election contest. So that'll be an important one to watch.
I kind of want to watch the governor's race in Florida.
Oh yeah, Byron Donalds.
Yes,
running for governor. I forgot who else is running, but
I think that might be a race there.
Yeah,
right, right. If Florida were to elect an African American Republican governor,
right,
that would be a pretty historic event.
So still an hour or so to go in California, where voting is still underway. They keep those polls open late in California, 8 p.m. That's 10 o'clock Central Time in California, where they are considering Proposition 50, which is a redistricting retaliation, if you will, in response to Texas redrawing its congressional districts. And we heard from Jasmine Crockett, Congresswoman Crockett, who is in California tonight, and she brought a really interesting perspective, talking about how she believes how it will stack up tonight with the vote. My mind is frozen here at the moment. Help me.
And then it propelling Democrats. Democrats need some type of momentum to talk about, right? We're in this government shutdown. Republicans are saying it's the Schumer shutdown. As Shaun Rabb mentioned, Democrats are going to use this as momentum, at least for a week, until they hammer President Trump on being the record holder for the two longest shutdowns in American history. So
Tomorrow.
Yeah. So
we're at day 35 now. Tomorrow becomes the longest shutdown in the history of the country. And of course, we don't know if people are going to get partial SNAP benefits or no SNAP benefits now after his post today on social media. But back to Los Angeles for a minute, back to California, the redistricting there. First of all, I think it still can show Gavin Newsom's strength.
Oh yeah,
to push this through. Whether he makes the decision to run for president or not, he's on the national stage.
Yes,
he's been one of the Democrat voices outside of the Capitol, outside of the Dome, that's he and the Illinois governor that have really challenged Donald Trump.
And this gives him something new to talk about. He's going to do a victory lap the rest of this week, talking about this, talking about, okay, Texas, we see what you did. But to Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne's point, you got Florida, you got other states that are going to do the same thing. And then we just have this tit for tat.
Right. How much will it really make a difference?
Does it balance out?
Well, that's the question. Will it balance out?
That's the question. The million-dollar question at this point.
Because when you have smaller states, then you don't have as many opportunities to create additional districts. So that means somebody gets paired out. Democrats in Republican-led states will get paired out.
Yeah, I mean, if this happens all around the country, Republicans probably in the end come out somewhat ahead.
Yeah.
And so, but from Newsom's standpoint, though, I think it is highly likely he is running for president.
Yes.
And he wants to position himself as a leader of the Democratic opposition to Trump, because Democrats around the country think that their congressional opposition to Trump is ineffective.
Right.
And so they're looking for a face of that movement. And he can do so from Sacramento in a way that Democrats in Washington have not been able to.
All right, guys. Matthew Wilson from SMU, Shaun Rabb, my goat. Casey Stegall, you're cool too. And I'm Stephen Dial. We talked about a lot tonight. We want to thank everyone for joining us on TikTok, YouTube, Fox Local, fox4news.com. No big surprises yet, but we're going to continue our coverage on air and online for Fox 4 News at 9 and 10. We'll see you on the other side.
Thanks for looking in.
At least 3 people are dead and nearly a dozen injured after a UPS cargo jet crashes on a runway. The governor of Kentucky warns those numbers could grow.
Some long lines in Collin County as voters there use paper ballots for the first time. More from the election and your local and state results, too.
Well, the polls have closed in New York as millions of people vote for that city's next mayor. The latest results still ahead.
Busy day for the Dallas Cowboys ahead of the NFL trading deadline. Mike Ducey will be in to explain the moves and how they could help the team.
Here for you, the news leader, Fox 4.
A cargo jet trying to take off in Louisville, Kentucky crashed and exploded into a huge fireball. Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
And I'm Steve Eager. It's 9 o'clock. The plane crashed shortly after 5 p.m. at Muhammad Ali International Airport. The plane was full of fuel, departing for Hawaii from Louisville. Video shows flames on the plane's wing during takeoff just before the crash. At least 4 people are dead and 11 are hurt, with numbers expected to climb. Fox 4's Amelia Jones is in our newsroom right now with the latest. Amelia?
Heather, Steve, the Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport is now shut down and TSA security checkpoints are temporarily suspended. Now, the cause of the crash is still under investigation. The National Transportation Safety Board is now leading the investigation, but Louisville officials say the crash happened during takeoff as the UPS plane was headed to Honolulu, Hawaii. The crash happened at 5:15 p.m. at the Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport. Video showed the huge plume of black smoke that filled the air after the crash. Officials say 3 crew members were on board and the plane was carrying roughly 38,000 gallons of jet fuel that caused multiple explosions. We know at least 4 people were killed and 11 others hurt, some seriously. And Kentucky officials expect those numbers to rise. 2 nearby businesses were also impacted. Some employees and customers are still unaccounted for. UPS is the largest employer in the city. According to the UPS website, more than 20,000 employees are from the greater Louisville metro area.
They have been able to make some headway on the fire to start to get in there. There were several explosions initially from the site itself, just by some of the hazards that were created by the facilities that it impacted.
We all know somebody who works at UPS, and they're all texting their friends, their family, trying to make sure everyone is safe. Sadly, some of those texts are probably going to go unanswered.
Officials say it could take several days to clear the scene. A shelter in place is still active for the surrounding areas because of the smoke and high winds. We're expecting to hear another update from Kentucky officials and the mayor at 9:30 tonight. UPS said it has been notified of the crash. No details on the identity of the victims will be released until families are notified. Steve, Heather.
All right, Amelia Jones in the Dallas newsroom. Amelia, thanks.
All 17 proposed amendments to the Texas Constitution are looking like they will pass.
We have the full breakdown of results on our website. That's fox4news.com. But right now, the 4 is winning every one of the early returns. That means 4 Proposition 1, 4 Proposition 2, etc. Those includes Prop 2 specifically, that's the capital gains tax ban, Proposition 13, which would raise the homestead exemption, and Proposition 14, which creates a dementia and Alzheimer's research fund, also looking likely to pass.
And in New York, voters have elected Democrat Zohran Mamdani over former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who is running as an independent, and Republican Curtis Sliwa. Mamdani will be the city's first Muslim mayor and its youngest leader in generations. He's a self-described democratic socialist. The Board of Elections says more than 2 million voters have cast ballots, the most in a New York mayoral race since 1969. Again, the Associated Press has called the race. Mamdani will be the next mayor. Some voters in Collin County were met with some pretty long lines at polling sites Sky 4 over locations in Plano and Allen earlier today.
The county switched to paper ballots this year, though the county election administrator did not believe that caused the lines. I was in one of those locations today, and the people in line believed it was the problem. I saw some people come and then leave right away. Fox 4's Vanya Castillo is in Collin County tonight with more. Vanya.
Yeah, Steve, well, you're not the only person who feels that way. Again, we saw pretty long lines in some areas in Collin County at some locations. Now, we did talk to some people who do believe that those wait times had to do with the paper ballots that are now happening here in Collin County. Take a look.
Standing in line to when I finally got done voting, about an hour.
Brian Epley was one of many patient voters in Collin County, where some locations saw wait times up to an hour long. Olivia Collinson, on the other hand, was not so patient.
Currently, there's about an hour wait for the back of the line. I just arrived, so since it's so close to the polls closing, I'm just going to go ahead and go to another location, see if there's a shorter wait time.
And Collinson was not alone. We saw many people arrive at this polling station, take a look at the line, and turn right around. Voting in Collin County is a bit different now than in previous elections. The county switched from electronic voting machines to paper ballots this year. County commissioners claim the paper ballots are better for transparency.
That might be part of the reason why it's going a lot slower. So, you know, it's a small hiccup, but, you know, I prefer the electronic ballot.
We checked in with Caleb Bro, Collin County's election administrator, to see if there's a tie between the long wait times and the rollout of paper ballots.
You know, the data is just not there to support that yet. Now, maybe after the dust settles and we're able to collect everything, maybe that's something we can address. But I'm just not seeing the data to support that these wait times are because of a paper ballot.
Bro says there's been an adjustment period for voters, but they're happy to be rolling out this system during a time that traditionally has a lower voter turnout. He does admit there has been a little more time added to the process.
Our ballots currently, the full-size paper ballot, it takes 35 seconds to print. So we've gained, 10 seconds in print time.
You know, I'm going to say it's a wash by the time you're clicking through the screens, and that it might be a little longer, but I don't think that's a big deal.
But some voters say every second counts.
You have this many people, and then it adds 10 to 15 seconds, and absolutely, I feel that it will all start to add up.
Bro also attributes some of the longer wait times to people just having preferences to where they vote, even though there are other sites with little to no wait times, something we saw firsthand.
Well, laziness for not jumping in the car and finding another place when there's no guarantees it is going to be faster. I mean, they've got their three colors, but what exactly is a yellow versus a red dot? I just thought, I'm here, a whole bunch of people got out of line in front of me, so I figured that took 10, 15 minutes off my wait time.
Yeah, we definitely saw those long lines here at Collin College in Plano. Actually, the line wrapping around the building. And while we saw a lot of people frustrated just leaving, we did also see a lot of people just sitting here and waiting. Back to you, Steve and Heather.
Patience. That's a virtue, right? That's how it goes. Vanya Castillo, thank you very much.
Got to be ready for it. All right, so our Fox 4 election panel has been watching the results come in since 7 p.m. on Fox Local. We're going to check in with them live a little later here on Fox 4 News at 9. Another Salina ISD staff member was arrested after allegedly being intoxicated in the classroom. Police say 46-year-old Michelle Clark appeared to be impaired this afternoon. She is a special education teacher, a teacher's aide at Salina High School. She's been charged with endangering a disabled individual. Alvarado police want to know if there are any other victims of a teacher and coach who's accused of sexual assault.
Police say Jared Young sexually assaulted a teenage student outside of Alvarado ISD administration building. He was working at Mansfield ISD at that time, but previously worked in Alvarado. Fox 4's Peyton Yeager spoke with police and joined us with an update. Peyton.
Steve, Heather, more details in this story. We now know a 16-year-old Alvarado student disclosed the sexual assault to her high school guidance counselor last week involving this former teacher. Now, leading up to this meetup, police say Jared Young sent nude and sexually explicit photographs and messages to this juvenile.
This is something that took a lot of courage for this woman to do, for this young woman to do, to come forward and say that something happened to me and it's not okay.
Police say 33-year-old Jared Young confessed that he drove from his home in Burleson, picked up a 16-year-old Alvarado student from her home, and parked outside the Alvarado ISD administration building, where investigators say the two had sex in his vehicle on Saturday, October 25th. Alvarado police still trying to pinpoint where the contact between the two began. Young was a teacher and coach at Alvarado ISD during the 2023 to 2024 school year. His contract wasn't renewed, and Young was then hired at Mansfield ISD, where he previously worked as a special education teacher's aide. Most recently, Young taught science and was a freshman football and basketball coach at Legacy High School. He was arrested last week for sexual assault of a child, and Mansfield ISD has begun the process of firing him.
A lot of these teachers, coaches, basically trusted adult figures can fly under the radar for years without being caught.
Mansfield ISD says the disturbing allegations against Young do not involve any Mansfield students, and it's currently reaching out to any students who had contact. Mansfield ISD also confirms a background check was done prior to Young being hired. Alvarado Police conducting its own investigation, trying to determine if more victims are out there.
Maybe you can talk with your child about, the type of contact they've had with him. Did they, was he maybe hugging or initiating physical contact? Did he ever ask for personal information like phone numbers, screen names, emails?
Now, Alvarado police are currently going through all of Young's cell phones and looking at his digital footprint. They have already identified a second victim from Alvarado ISD Young sent explicit text messages to, but they do not believe Young met up with the second victim. More charges are expected to come. Heather and Steve, back to you guys.
All right, Peyton Yeager in studio. Peyton, thanks.
Well, temperatures will be above normal again tomorrow.
But a cold front will bring fall back a little later this week. Fox 4's chief meteorologist, Dan Henry. Hey, Dan.
Hey there, Steve and Heather. Yeah, it was ideal weather today for Election Day. Crystal clear skies. Still pretty pleasant at this hour. 67 at DFW, 66 Alliance, and also 67 at Love Field. Elsewhere, it's a little cooler off to our east, where we've dropped to 60 in Canton, 57 at this hour at Greenville. And out to our west, we've got 67 degrees presently in Mineral Well. So with clear skies and a supermoon that is highly visible in tonight's sky, we'll see temperatures by early tomorrow morning dropping back into the low to mid 50s. We'll talk more in detail about that supermoon and look ahead to the changes, the temperature drop in store this weekend. That 7-day forecast in a few minutes.
Dan, thank you. All right, the Dallas Cowboys making a splash ahead of the NFL trade deadline.
Fox 4's Mike Ducey in studio with more on a pretty significant move. Mike.
Hey guys, you may have heard the Dallas defense is one of the worst in the NFL, all things considered probably the worst. You can argue that Jerry Jones should have made these moves long ago, or that he shouldn't have traded away his best defensive player before the season started to begin with. But at any rate, Jerry does make some moves today, including one to pick up one of the league's top interior defensive linemen. Quinnen Williams comes over from the Jets in exchange for a second-round draft pick next year and a first-round pick in 2027. The Cowboys own 2 first-rounders in each of the next 2 drafts, thanks to that Micah deal. Williams, 28 years old, a 2019 first-rounder, 3rd overall in that draft out of Alabama, 3-time Pro Bowler, one of the top run-stopping defensive tackles in the NFL. ESPN research ranks him as #1 in that category in the league against the run. Williams will team up with Kenny Clark, who was acquired in the Parsons deal, to, again, theoretically tighten up the Cowboys' run defense. It's likely too late to help the defense improve enough for this team to make a playoff run this year, but Jerry Jones has said that moves made today could also be designed to help the team next year and beyond. We shall see about that. Cowboys also trade for a linebacker. 8-year veteran Logan Williams comes over from the Cincinnati Bengals. Dallas sends a 7th-round draft pick to Cincy. Williams is not an all-pro caliber player, but he was a captain for the Cincinnati defense until things went south for him there this year. The Cowboys desperately need somebody back there who's a sure tackler. Maybe he fills that bill at least for a while. Coach Brian Schottenheimer today on the acquisition of these 2 players brought in to try and help this dreadful Dallas defense.
Kudos to, Jerry and Steven and Will, and, I think, being aggressive but smart, because, a couple of the moves we made, you're getting guys not just for this year but beyond, which I think is great, and it gets you excited as a coach, and I think it's two terrific players, but also terrific young men. And I've talked to Logan. Still need to reach out to Quinnen, but excited to see both those guys here and get them welcome to the family.
All right, the first college football playoff rankings are out. It's a 12-team playoff that will follow college football's regular season here several weeks down the road. Oklahoma's 12th in the initial poll, Texas number 11, Texas Tech number 8. Top 4 includes unbeaten Texas A&M at number 3, followed by Indiana and Ohio State ranked number 1. Of course, a lot will change between now and the time that playoff actually happens. On Free for All at 10:30, I'm talking with A&M head football coach Mike Elko, also talking SMU football after the Mustangs' big win over Miami. SMU radio voice Rich Phillips with me in studio. Plus, a former Cowboy with an animated reaction to those trades Jerry made today. See you guys on Free for All at 10:30.
All right, Mike, we'll see you soon. Thank you. Fort Worth ISD Board holds a special meeting to discuss the recent state takeover.
Also ahead, the Secretary of Transportation warns airport delays and cancellations could get worse if the government shutdown does not end soon.
And we're checking in with our Fox 4 election panel on the biggest races here and nationwide. That's ahead on Fox 4 News at 9. All right, it's election night in North Texas, and we are covering it on Fox 4 News, as you know. As a reminder, you can see the results on the bottom of your screen and on our website, fox4news.com.
And our election night panel has been watching the results come in all night on Fox Local, so let's check in with them. Casey Stegall, Stephen Dial, Shaun Rabb, and Matthew Wilson. You've had a busy night.
Hey guys, good to see you. Do you like the new digs? We are in the brand new digital studio here at Fox 4, and we have been talking for the last 2 hours on Fox Local, breaking down all of the election coverage. Stephen Dial, Shaun Rabb, and of course everybody knows SMU political science professor Matthew Wilson, who has been joining us. The big headline out of tonight has been nationally the New York mayoral race, and it appears that the Fox News decision desk and the Associated Press are calling that race for Zohran Mamdani, the Democrat. He would be one of the youngest people and the first Muslim governor or mayor of this Big Apple, Shaun Rabb.
And no surprise, Matthew Wilson.
That's right. I think all the polls had showed him leading. Margin was the only thing that was in doubt, or that was any difference between the polls. But he becomes immediately a player on the Democratic national scene. He believes, rightly or wrongly, that he is leading a movement that can really capture the Democratic Party and move them substantially to the left. And it's going to be really interesting to see whether he's able to make that happen.
He also becomes a target for the president, who's already made threats of withholding federal funds from New York City if Mamdani wins.
But then when you look at the Virginia race, where history was made, the first woman elected to be the next governor of Virginia, it would have went that way either if the Democrat or the Republican won. The Democrat won. Mamdani hasn't talked yet, but we kind of know what he's going to talk about. Total different conversation from the governor-elect of Virginia, kind of talking more about middle-type issues and not as extreme as some people see the New York mayor-elect.
So the polls are still open in California as we go out to the West Coast, where there is a big decision happening now, and that is Proposition 50, which is the California redistricting proposition. And this is in response to Texas redrawing its political maps this year.
Yeah, Governor Gavin Newsom chose to get into this redistricting fight with our governor, Governor Greg Abbott, and that's going to probably pass.
I think it's highly likely to pass. I mean, think about it. In the California electorate, if you can vote for something that both strikes a blow against Donald Trump and against the state of Texas, that's going to go pretty well in California. So I think it's likely to pass pretty easily.
The big question is, will it just balance all out? Texas did it, California is doing it, is Florida going to do it, what other states going to do it? Will it all be out in the wash in the midterms?
Stephen Dial lined up Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett from North Texas, who spoke with us during those streaming hours, and she was actually in California, and there was some indication that since other states are doing a redistricting, that really it might be a tit for tat, right?
Definitely. I mean, this is back and forth. It's going to come down to turnout, and we know that's what all elections come down to, is turnout.
We had 17 constitutional amendments up for voters here in the state of Texas. All of those passing, it seems, with no problems.
That's right. The margin varies a little bit from proposition to proposition, but none of them are going to be close calls. They're all going to pass pretty easily. And so I think the governor, lieutenant governor, legislature, they're all going to be happy to see that, because these were measures that were in varying ways priorities for a lot of people in the state Republican Party.
And a message that will translate and crossover until 2026, bail reform, judges denying bond for certain violent crimes. Republicans have attacked Democrats and judges for being soft on crime. So this is definitely something that I'll see Republicans campaigning on in the future.
And there you see now 57% of the votes counted, 64% supporting bail reform in the state of Texas, 36 against. 9 of the 17 constitutional amendments on the ballot have to do with taxes of some sort, and one of them is property taxes. A lot of people talking about that, Shaun.
Yeah, and all of those are passing, even some of the nuanced tax breaks that don't affect a lot of Texans. They're all passing.
Yeah, the one that'll affect the most people is just the general property tax reduction. The average Texas homeowner should save $400 or $500 based on that. Older people, disabled people are going to save more. And so, you know, I think that will be welcome property tax relief for a lot of Texans.
Obviously, here in North Texas, there are some communities that have some pretty big bond and tax measures on the ballot. In town of Prosper, for example, a $192 million bond covering 6 different propositions, funding everything from libraries to police headquarters.
Except it doesn't look like the library, Prop C in Prosper, is going to get funded. There was, I believe, 30-some-odd million for that, and I don't think it was passing.
Right, and we do have more than 10 city council races across North Texas that are being contested, including Mesquite and Farmers Branch.
Yeah, so you have all these local races, and you have that special election up in Tarrant County, the state Senate race.
Senate District 9.
With Kelly Hancock being in a new position, so we're looking at that too, as far as, and then they'll have to run again because the legislature is done for their biennium as far as being in Austin, but that's another race of that people in that area are looking at.
So what we're going to hear tomorrow across the country from Democrats is that, look, we swept in these big major races, and we're coming after the Republicans and Donald Trump. That's what we're going to hear. That's the spin that'll happen.
And you were just looking before we came on the air that Donald Trump has a luncheon or a breakfast that's scheduled tomorrow, so we expect to hear a lot from President Trump.
Yeah, he's in a breakfast with Republican senators. We'll hear a lot from him on tomorrow.
All right, that is the wrap for us here at the election desk. Thank you, guys, and back to you, Steve and Heather.
Okay, thank you. Nice work.
All right, President Trump caused some confusion earlier today when he threatened to withhold SNAP benefits despite court orders mandating the program keep running.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the administration continues to pay out SNAP benefits using contingency money funding. Two separate judges ruled to keep the program running. It comes after the Department of Agriculture planned to freeze SNAP payments starting November 1st because of the ongoing shutdown.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says airspace may be shut down in parts of the U.S. if the government shutdown continues. He blames Democrats, saying it will happen if they continue to withhold their vote to pass the continuing resolution bill and reopen the government. The FAA reports almost 50% of all major air traffic control facilities are facing staffing shortages. Duffy also says, quote, there is more risk in the system.
We delay flights. We cancel or tell airlines to cancel flights if we don't have enough controllers to effectively and safely manage our skies. But with this shutdown, it would be dishonest to say that more risk is not injected into the system.
Air traffic controllers are required to work without pay during the shutdown, and about 13,000 already are. That according to the FAA. Last Friday, the FAA reported 80% of New York area staff members called out.
Former Vice President Dick Cheney has died at the age of 84. Cheney served in Congress and served in powerful positions in the White House for several administrations, including being President George W. Bush's vice president for 8 years. He became one of the most powerful and polarizing political figures in recent U.S. history. The White House lowered flags to half staff for Cheney today. His family, friends, and former colleagues are paying tribute.
He was a great and good man, and served our country with great dedication for years.
He was a man who was serious. He was a man who was dedicated to keeping this country safe.
Former President George W. Bush also released a lengthy statement calling Cheney a patriot who brought integrity, high intelligence, and a seriousness of purpose to every position he held. Bush continues by saying, I counted on him for his honest, forthright counsel, and he never failed to give his best. Cheney served as Bush's vice president from 2001 to 2009, spanning the 9/11 attacks and helping shape U.S. policy in the war on terror, including the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan.
The Farmers Branch City Council is discussing whether to let voters decide to stay with DART or leave the transit system.
As Dallas City Council members debate the future of City Hall, the city's Finance Committee is moving forward with a study of possible new locations. More Fox 4 News is coming up.
The Fort Worth School Board held a special meeting to discuss the recent state takeover.
Texas Education Agency announced the takeover last month, but has not shared details about the future of the superintendent of the Fort Worth ISD or even board members. Fox 4's David Centendry has been at the meeting all evening long. We'll see if there's any clarity about those folks' future or anything else. David?
Yes, Steve and Heather. Well, we have been waiting for Fort Worth ISD's Board of Trustees to make some sort of formal response, and tonight it didn't really happen. The board met in closed session for several hours, and we know that one of the talking points it was discussing in that closed session was this TEA takeover and a letter from the TEA talking about its plan. It was supposed to possibly take some sort of action once it came out of that meeting, but it chose not to. Instead, it talked about, just for a few minutes, its meeting last week with those TEA officials down in Austin, where they gave a presentation during an informal review trying to make the case for the TEA to not take over this district.
This board remains hopeful that the dialogue and presentation shared with Commissioner Morath during last week's informal review will lead to a different outcome on behalf of our students and our community.
So we still do not know if it plans to fight back and appeal the takeover. We've been working to gauge the community. Tonight I spoke with Minister Dottie Cook of South Hills Christian Church. She volunteers to help children who attend the school across the street, that's South Hills Elementary. She acknowledges the district must do better. She used the phrase, "it takes a village." However, she believes that village should be local.
And so I would be concerned about people who don't even know our area, don't know our kids, don't know the challenges of our neighborhoods and our schools.
In a letter to Fort Worth ISD on October 23rd, the TEA acknowledged the district is improving, but wrote, as of the 2024-2025 school year, 20 campuses have been academically unacceptable for multiple years in a row. Across all grades and subjects, only 34% of students in Fort Worth ISD are meeting grade level. This is 16 percentage points below the state average. Robert Rogers was one of a handful of public speakers tonight. He believes the data shows a state takeover is necessary.
We can make the most of this takeover, create a large urban district that could be the envy of the nation.
The Texas Education Agency will appoint a board of managers to govern the school district, replacing the school board. It'll also appoint a superintendent, although the current superintendent can reapply for her job. Now in closed session tonight, the board did approve the annual review of the superintendent. We don't know details of that review, but they did make point of that at the end of tonight's meeting. Also want to point out that we have been reaching out to the TEA for several days now, trying to get a formal response from them and Commissioner Mike Morath as to what they plan to do next, but we just keep hearing the same response, which is no updates at this time. Steve, Heather, back to y'all.
Okay, David, we know you'll keep on it. Thank you very much. David Centendry live in Fort Worth.
The Farmers Branch City Council met tonight to discuss letting voters decide if the city should stay in the DART system. Farmers Branch is one of several DART members that complained it's paying too much and getting too little in transit service. A total of 13 member cities contribute sales tax to DART. It keeps operations working for more than 200,000 passengers every day. Mayor Terry Lynn says the city has become frustrated.
We need safe and reliable and secure public transportation. There has to be financial equity. The 1983 model, it doesn't work today.
If approved, the measure would be on the ballot in May of next year, right before the FIFA World Cup begins, and thousands, hundreds of thousands, descend on the DFW area. Highland Park Town Council approved a special election for voters to decide that city's participation in DART. The measure will appear on the ballot in May for Highland Park. It comes after the city also complained it was paying too much and getting too little.
A Kaufman County Sheriff's deputy constable was injured while working to break up a fight outside Forney. It happened at a convenience store on Windmill Farms Boulevard about 4:30 p.m. this afternoon. When the deputy constable arrived, two young girls were fighting. After placing one girl in custody, the deputy was then attacked from behind by several people. He sustained an arm injury and was later taken to the hospital. Dallas City Council Finance Committee made the recommendation that the city move forward with a list of possible new City Hall sites. Council members have until next Wednesday to decide on making repairs to the current building or finding a new one. The decision to pursue a new City Hall location seemingly ignores and goes directly against what Dallas residents told council members at a packed town hall meeting recently. Council members debated today about their workplace's future, including questions on what kinds of amenities they would have in a new building.
Advanced food service options, whether it's an on-site cafe, a wine bar, a full-service type food operation. We're talking about Wi-Fi, green space environments that are accessible to the public, higher quality fitness center for staff that work in here.
So when people hear the word amenities, we're not talking about luxury. We're talking about things being offered all around the city and, in fact, the nation. I mean, about public transit, which aligns with some of our goals as a city. Security, which is very critical in this day and age.
Wine bar at work, not a luxury. Interesting. The public will have an opportunity to speak again next Wednesday.
What a beautiful day across North Texas this afternoon. Temperatures over the next few days will likely be hitting the 80s. We'll talk more in detail, though, about cool changes that await us this weekend. Those details with your 7-day forecast coming up.
The city of McKinney declares itself the inflatable turkey capital of Texas. I didn't know we had one, but now we do.
Yes.
That's awesome. What this means and how you can go on a turkey tour still ahead. I like that.
And Fox 4 is the official broadcast partner of the Dallas Stars, so don't miss Dallas versus Anaheim Thursday night. Puck drop right here, Fox 4, 7 o'clock.
4.
Well, tonight's full moon is extra special because it's the biggest and brightest of the year. And photo from Dr. Jerome Stewart on Twitter, X, from Midlothian. Now, he is technically right, as he states on his Twitter account, that it is technically tomorrow because that's when it reaches its peak illumination at 7:19 in the morning precisely. But obviously, you could get a really good sneak peek of that full moon tonight. Why is it called a supermoon? Well, take a look at this here. The moon's orbit around Earth is not circular, it's elliptical, and so at certain points, it is varying distances away. Right now, we're at perigee, which is the closest point in the orbit to Earth. That's why it appears 14% larger and 30% brighter. And it is magnificent. There's no question about it. And you should be able to see it again tomorrow with clear skies. Back to the 80s we go this week. Lower 80s for high temperatures until a front comes through here late Saturday and Saturday night. That will return fall weather. And no rain inside, it looks like, for at least the next week. In fact, we may go deep into next week as well before we see our next chance of rain. 77 and 53, the high and low today. 71 and 50, the averages. Right now, we're at 67 at DFW and Love Field, 66 at Alliance Airport. Overnight tonight, not as cool tonight as it was last night with that south breeze that'll continue to blow. Low 50s in the outlying areas. You'll wake up to middle 50s here in the Metroplex. Not a lot to show you here across the region. It is very quiet. Just a few high clouds blowing across the panhandle into northwestern Oklahoma. We're at 66 down south at Corpus Christi right now, 60 out in Tyler, and presently 55 in Little Rock. A lot of the weather action this week will be concentrated here from far northern California into Portland and Seattle. You can see that rain quickly marched up the I-5 corridor today, and it's part of an atmospheric river that is developing here, and that'll mean a train of these Pacific disturbances aiming right towards the coastline there. You would think with that type of energy coming onshore, we'd see some chance of rain here in North Texas, but that's not the case. These disturbances will all be riding well off to our north. Will continue to be under the firm control of that ridge of high pressure centered down to our southwest in northern Mexico. And dry, mild weather on tap through Saturday, and then a cold front will come through here late Saturday afternoon, Saturday night. That turns our winds to the north-northeast and taps into cooler air, so it will feel like fall again here for the second half of the upcoming weekend. 57 degrees bright and early tomorrow morning, warming quickly, 77 around noon, a southwest wind around 10 to 15. Look for a high temperature tomorrow up around 82. Breezy 83 on Thursday, mostly sunny Friday, 81. 81 again on Saturday, and then only 67, mostly sunny on Sunday. Look at those morning lows, Monday and Tuesday, mid-40s. That will likely mean some 30s in the chillier outlying areas. Afternoon highs moderate back to 68 by Tuesday.
All right, Thanksgiving. McKinney will be pretty proud as it proclaims itself the inflatable turkey capital of Texas.
It's so sweet.
I wonder who else is going to weigh in and say no.
Probably
we are. It's a playful title celebrating the city's growing flock of inflatable turkeys that have become a fall favorite.
All right, so adding to the fun, the city unveiled the McKinney Inflatable Turkey Map. It's an interactive guide to highlight where you can spot the turkeys, each with their own unique name and story. So if you live there, you're encouraged to submit your own display to be featured on that map.
And in some places, there's $100 bills left there.
There are not. There are not.
I remember when somebody would tell you that and you dig up the whole place.
No.
Anyway, there aren't $100 bills. How the Tarrant Area Food Bank is stepping up to help people affected by the government shutdown.
Dallas police made hundreds of arrests in a crackdown on domestic violence offenders.
Police Chief Daniel Como gave that update alongside representatives from the Genesis Women's Shelter and the Family Place. The month-long crackdown, Operation Safe Families, resulted in 539 arrests citywide. The department also hosted resource fairs to connect victims with shelters and other support services.
It's so important that we work together, that we collaborate together on issues like this, because it's not just about arresting, it's about the education and awareness piece that's so important.
Operation Safe Families coincided with Domestic Violence Awareness Month. The Tarrant County Food Bank North hosted a mobile distribution in Denton County to support neighbors facing hunger. The food bank made resources available to more than 1,000 families in surrounding areas. It's part of an initiative to assist community members impacted by the federal shutdown and SNAP benefits pause, and with the holiday season approaching too.
Feel like this is a great opportunity to be here because we have children, and our children is our future. So we got to make sure that we provide for our children in every way possible.
According to a new report from the USDA, more children are facing hunger in the United States. About 1 in 5 kids do not know where their next meal is coming from.
Well, just ahead, how the Girl Scouts are teaming up with Google to teach young people how to be safe on the internet. Coming up. The Girl Scouts of America teaming up with Google to help teach girls how to stay safe online. The Be Internet Awesome Family Challenge will help teach girls to spot misinformation online, have healthy screen time, and speak out about cyberbullying. Girls can take part in this Be Internet Awesome event, and they can get a patch to go on their vest.
Those are cool. Breakfast chain Denny's has announced it will go private in a $620 million deal. The deal was made by a group of investors, including Denny's franchisee Yadav Enterprises. Shareholders will receive $6.25 per share. That's more than 50% more than the stock's closing price was yesterday.
All right, Chili's has announced a date for its skillet queso to return to the menu. The company took it away in favor flavor of a new flavor queso.
Took it away. They ripped it out from under us.
Well, and they let everybody know, and then a lot of people on social media were not very happy about it. So Chili's shared a post today saying skillet queso is going to come back December 9th.
This sounds like a campaign.
Kind of.
Kind of an intentional thing.
But we're telling you about it, so there you go.
There you go.
Go in and get your queso.
Amelia Jones in the newsroom with the latest on this tragedy. Amelia.
Clarice, we just heard from the Louisville mayor, and we just got an update from the fire chief as well. As you mentioned, the mayor said at least 4 people were killed, and the 3 crew members aboard the plane have not been found yet, but are believed to be dead. Officials shared the National Transportation Safety Board will be on the ground tomorrow early to start their investigation, and they're expected to be there for at least a few days. The crash happened at 5:15 p.m. at the Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport. The videos of the huge plume of black smoke that filled the air after the crash. Officials say 3 crew members were the only ones on board, and the plane was carrying roughly 38,000 gallons of jet fuel that caused multiple explosions. We know right now at least 4 people were killed and 11 others hurt, some seriously. Kentucky officials say they expect those numbers to rise. 2 nearby businesses were also impacted. Some employees and customers are still unaccounted for. Officials say it could take several days to clear the scene.
There were 3 crew members on the plane. The 4 that we have confirmed dead are not on the plane. Again, we believe it will be 7 that we're aware of at this time.
You've got a fire that's covering almost an entire city block. So we're going to very, very carefully make sure we go back and check. Obviously, we hope that there were no other victims, but we're prepared to find those, and we hope that we don't find any.
UPS is the largest employer in Louisville. According to the UPS website, more than 20,000 employees are from the greater Louisville metro area. A shelter in place is still active for the surrounding areas because of the smoke and high winds in the area. The mayor said this will be the last update they give tonight. They're expected to share more information tomorrow morning once NTSB gets there. UPS said it has been notified of the crash. No details on the identity of the victims will be released until their families are notified. Clarice.
Thank you, Amelia. It is election night across our state and in key parts of the nation. In North Texas tonight, voters decided on amendments to the state constitution, local races, and some state races. Every ballot had 17 proposed amendments to the state constitution. They ranged from property taxes, money for medical research, and voting issues. Most voters just went ahead and passed them all. Every proposition is ahead right now. We have more results. You can find them on our website, fox4news.com. In Tarrant County, it looks to be a runoff in the special election to fill a state Senate seat vacated by the state's acting controller. In a district that President Trump won by 20 points, the Democrat is ahead right now. 2 Republicans are splitting the rest of that vote. Right now, activist Lee Wamgas is leading former Southlake Mayor John Huffman. Collin County voters experienced long lines at some polling locations. Some people were even seen leaving the line in some locations. We got complaints that the voting process was slow. The county recently switched to a paper ballot system, but the new head of elections in the county says there were few issues. Fox 4's Vanya Castillo joins us live from Plano with updates on the voting in Collin County. Hi, Vanya.
Hi, Clarice. Yeah, if you voted in Collin County, you might have seen some locations with longer wait times. Now, here at Collin College, we actually saw the line of people waiting to vote wrap around the building. Now, some of them are pointing fingers at going back to paper ballots.
From standing in line to when I finally got done voting, about an hour.
Brian Epley was one of many patient voters in Collin County, where some locations saw wait times up to an hour long. Olivia Collinson, on the other hand, was not so patient.
Currently, there's about an hour wait for the back of the line. I just arrived, so since it's so close to the polls closing, I'm just going to go ahead and go to another location, see if there's a shorter wait time.
And Collinson was not alone. We saw many people arrive at this polling station, take a look at the line, and turn right around. Voting in Collin County is a bit different now than in previous elections. The county switched from electronic voting machines to paper ballots this year. County commissioners claim the paper ballots are better for transparency.
That might be part of the reason why it's going a lot slower. So, you know, it's a small hiccup, but, you know, I prefer the electronic ballot.
We checked in with Caleb Bro, Collin County's election administrator to see if there's a tie between the long wait times and the rollout of paper ballots.
You know, the data is just not there to support that yet. Now, maybe after the dust settles and we're able to collect everything, maybe that's something we can address, but I'm just not seeing the data to support that these wait times are because of a paper ballot.
Rowe says there's been an adjustment period for voters, but they're happy to be rolling out this system during a time that traditionally has a lower voter turnout. He does admit there has been a little more time added to the process.
Our ballot's currently the full-size paper ballot. It takes 35 seconds to print, so we've gained, 10 seconds in print time.
You know, I'm going to say it's a wash by the time you're clicking through the screens, and that it might be a little longer, but I don't think that's a big deal.
But some voters say every second counts.
You have this many people, and then it adds 10 to 15 seconds, and absolutely, I feel that it will all start to add up.
Rowe also attributes some of the longer wait times to people just having preferences to where they vote, even though there are other sites with little to no wait times, something we saw firsthand.
Well, laziness for not jumping in the car and finding another place when there's no guarantees it is going to be faster. I mean, they've got their 3 colors, but what exactly is a yellow versus a red dot? I just thought, I'm here, a whole bunch of people got out of line in front of me, so I figured that took 10, 15 minutes off my wait time.
Yeah, while we did see several people frustrated with how long that wait time was, we did also see a lot of people just sit and wait it out.
Vanya, thank you. Democrat Zoran Mamdani was elected the next mayor of New York City. The Democratic Socialists defeated former Governor Andrew Cuomo and the Republican nominee. The 34-year-old state assembly member will be the youngest mayor in more than a century. And right now, let's take a live look from his campaign watch party. This is in New York. He is expected to speak to supporters tonight. Tough campaign punctuated by threats from President Trump to pull federal funding if Mamdani won the race. He ran on progressive policies for the city, including free buses and city-owned grocery stores. Polls just closed in California, where voters approved a measure that will redraw congressional maps to elect more Democrats. California could stand to gain 5 more Democratic seats in the 2026 midterm election. The move is a direct response to the redistricting push here in Texas during the special legislative sessions. Authorities in Johnson County say a former teacher met with a teenage girl and had sex with her in the back of a car next to a school administration building. 33-year-old Jared Young is charged with sexual assault of a child. He was a coach and teacher in Mansfield ISD, but police say went to Alvarado, where he used to teach, to assault that teen. Fox 4's Peyton Yeager in studio with updates from investigators. Peyton.
Clarice, new details this evening. We now know a 16-year-old Alvarado student disclosed the sexual assault to her high school guidance counselor last week involving this former teacher. Now, leading up to the meetup, police say Jared Young sent nude and sexually explicit photographs and messages to this juvenile.
This is something that took a lot of courage for this woman to do, for this young woman to do. To come forward and say that something happened to me and it's not okay.
Police say 33-year-old Jared Young confessed that he drove from his home in Burleson, picked up a 16-year-old Alvarado student from her home, and parked outside the Alvarado ISD administration building, where investigators say the two had sex in his vehicle on Saturday, October 25th. Alvarado police still trying to pinpoint where the contact between the two began. Young was a teacher and coach at Alvarado ISD during the 2023 to 2024 school year. His contract wasn't renewed, and Young was then hired at Mansfield ISD, where he previously worked as a special education teacher's aide. Most recently, Young taught science and was a freshman football and basketball coach at Legacy High School. He was arrested last week for sexual assault of a child, and Mansfield ISD has begun the process of firing him.
A lot of these teachers, coaches, basically trusted adult figures can fly under the radar for years without being caught.
Mansfield ISD says the disturbing allegations against Young do not involve any Mansfield students, and it's currently reaching out to any students who had contact. Mansfield ISD also confirms a background check was done prior to Young being hired. Alvarado police conducting its own investigation, trying to determine if more victims are out there.
Maybe you can talk with your child about, you know, the type of contact they've had with him. Did they, you know, was he maybe hugging or initiating physical contact? Did he ever ask for personal information like phone numbers, screen names, emails?
And this investigation is ongoing. Alvarado police are currently going through all of Young's cell phones and looking at his digital footprint. They've already identified a second victim from Alvarado ISD. Young sent explicit text messages to, but they don't believe Young met up with this second victim. More charges are expected. Clarice, back to you.
You'll keep us posted, Peyton. Thank you. Another Salina ISD staff member was arrested after allegedly being intoxicated in the classroom. 46-year-old Michelle Clark appeared to be impaired this afternoon, according to police. She is a special education teaching aide at Salina High School. She's been charged with endangering a disabled individual. Next on Fox 4 News at 10, voters will decide whether their tax money will go toward operating public transportation. The decisions on the future of DART ahead. Members of the Dallas City Council debated the future of City Hall, whether to fix the iconic building or move out. Discussions of wine bars and in-house food service factored into the conversation.
We made a run at 80 degrees this afternoon. I think we'll get there tomorrow as we've got a mild stretch of weather that'll carry us into the weekend. And then cool changes await us. I've got the details with your 7-day forecast coming up.
The Farmers Branch City Council approved a special election for voters to decide the city's participation in DART. Farmers Branch is one of several DART members that complained it's paying too much money and getting too little in transit service. A total of 13 member cities contribute sales tax to DART. It keeps operations working for more than 200,000 passengers a day. Mayor Terry Lynn says the city has become frustrated.
We need safe and reliable and secure public transportation. There has to be financial equity. The 1983 model, it doesn't work today.
The measure will be on the Farmers Branch ballot next year, right before the FIFA World Cup begins. Highland Park Town Council approved a special election for voters to decide the city's participation in DART. The measure will appear on Highland Park's May ballot. It comes after the city also complained it was paying too much and getting too little in transit service. The Dallas City Council Finance Committee made the recommendation that the city moves forward with a list of possible new City Hall sites. Council members have until next Wednesday to decide on making repairs to the current building or finding a new location. The decision comes after a packed town hall meeting of residents who spoke to Save City Hall. Council members debated today about their workplace's future, including questions on what kinds of amenities they could have.
Advanced food service options, whether it's an on-site cafe, a wine bar, a full-service type food operation. We're talking about Wi-Fi, green space environments that are accessible to the public, higher quality fitness center for staff that work in here.
So when people hear the word amenities, we're not talking about luxury. We're talking about things being offered all around the city and, in fact, the nation. I mean, about public transit, which aligns with some of our goals as a city. Security, which is very critical in this day and age.
The public will have the opportunity to speak again next Wednesday. President Trump caused some confusion earlier today when he threatened to withhold SNAP benefits despite court orders mandating the program to keep running. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the administration continues to pay out SNAP benefits using contingency funding. Two separate judges ruled to keep the program running. It comes after the Department of Agriculture planned to freeze SNAP payments starting November 1st due to the ongoing government shutdown. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says the airspace may be shut down in parts of the United States if the government shutdown continues. The Federal Aviation Administration reports almost 50% of all major air traffic control facilities are facing a staffing shortage. Many were understaffed well before the shutdown. Duffy blames Democrats.
We delay flights. We cancel or tell airlines to cancel flights if we don't have enough controllers to effectively and safely manage our skies. But with this shutdown, it would be dishonest to say that more risk is not injected into the system.
Air traffic controllers are required to work without pay during the shutdown. About 13,000 already are, according to the FAA. Last Friday, the FAA reported 80% of New York area staff called out. Former Vice President Dick Cheney died at the age of 84. Cheney served in Congress and served in powerful positions in the White House for multiple administrations, including Vice President under George W. Bush. He became one of the most powerful and polarizing political figures in U.S. history. The White House lowered flags to have staff for Cheney. His family, friends, and former colleagues are paying tribute.
He was a great and good man and served our country with great dedication for years.
He was a man who was serious. He was a man who was dedicated to keeping this country safe.
Former President George W. Bush also released a lengthy statement calling Cheney a patriot who brought integrity, high intelligence, and a seriousness of purpose to every position he held. Bush continues by saying, "I counted on him for his honest, forthright counsel, and he never failed to give his best." Dick Cheney served as Bush's vice president from 2001 to 2009, spanning the September 11th attacks and helping shape U.S. policy in the war on terror, including the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Hopefully you got to see the supermoon this evening. This was actually coming up before sunset this evening. Tyler Danner sharing that photo of it, and it got more and more spectacular as the night progressed and as that dark sky really contrasted with the big, bright full moon. Why do we call it a supermoon? Well, the moon's orbit around the Earth is not circular. It's elliptical, and so the distance from Earth changes depending upon where the moon is in the course of its orbit there. Right now, It's at perigee, which is the closest point to Earth, and as a result, it appears to be 14% larger and 30% brighter. And this indeed is the larger, most bright version of the full moon that we'll see this year. Clear skies again then tomorrow night as well. It technically reaches its peak illumination early tomorrow morning. We'll be back to the 80s this week until we see a cold front come through here late Saturday afternoon. That will return fall weather Sunday into early next week. And no rain in sight, it looks like, for at least the next week. 77 our high today, 53 the low, 71 and 50 the averages for this time of the year. We're at 66 at Love Field, DFW, and Alliance Airport overnight. Not as chilly as it was last night or the night before. Lower 50s in some of the cooler outlying areas, mid 50s to start your day in the Metroplex. It is about as quiet as it gets for this time of the year. Barely a cloud in sight, just a few high cirrus clouds moving across the panhandle through northern and central Oklahoma. 67 Del Rio, it's 57 in Tyler, and still sitting at 70 in Abilene. Look at the moisture moving onshore here, heading right up Interstate 5 through Portland into Seattle. Boy, it's going to be a very wet week in those locations. And it's because we've got this atmospheric river that's developing, and that's going to send a train of Pacific disturbances with that moisture pipeline aimed right at the Pacific Northwest. You would think with that many systems coming ashore, we might see some rain here, but that is not going to be the case. These disturbances will be riding well to our north as we remain under the influence of that ridge of high pressure situated just off to our southwest in northern Mexico. But there will be a pattern change, a trough that will dig and send a cold front in here late on Saturday. Winds will turn to the north-northeast, and we'll tap into some refreshing fall air again for the second half of the weekend into early next week. 57 degrees early tomorrow morning. South to southwesterly breezes will be kicking up as we head through midday into the afternoon. 77 around lunchtime. Look for an afternoon high of 82. Breezy, 83, mostly sunny Thursday. Low 80s both Friday and Saturday. 67 then on Sunday behind the front. And look at those cool mornings Monday and Tuesday, mid 40s, some 30s in the outlying areas. And we'll rebound back to 68 for a high Tuesday afternoon.
Dan, thank you. Next on Fox 4 News at 10, first responders jump into action while off duty to save a life during a youth football game. That's next after the break. An off-duty Plano firefighter and police officer are being celebrated for saving a life at a youth football game last month. It happened in Forney when a referee collapsed at a nearby field. They sprung into action performing CPR and used an emergency defibrillator. The referee's heart restarted and he came to life on the field. First responders say it's satisfying to see the training fall into place when it is needed the most.
I actually reached out to our medical control doctor because the way Mike had presented to us was not how we normally find our patients when we're at the station.
And the three reunited last week after the incident. The two first responders so happy to see the referee recovering well and not facing any negative effects as a result. Great work. Great to see that. Here's to You is gearing up to recognize veterans for your service. So, veterans, send me a photo of you in uniform. Tell me your branch of service and when and where you served. You may see yourself on Fox 4. Clarice.Tinsley at Fox.com. Fox 4 is here with you.
Clarice Free for All is coming up next at 10:30. Stars and Oilers in downtown Dallas tonight, and this was one entertaining hockey game. We checked that out. College football, the first playoff rankings are out. I'm talking with A&M coach Mike Elko and SMU radio voice Rich Phillips. And on NFL trade deadline day, Jerry makes some deals, including one that could be classified as fairly large. Coach Brian Schottenheimer with reaction on Free for All coming up next at 10:30.
Thank you for watching Fox 4 News at 10. Mike and Free for All coming up next.
The young budding star, team leader in goals this season, Wyatt.
Drama in downtown Dallas tonight as the Stars beat Edmonton in a shootout. More on that game on our show coming up. Plenty of football. The headline, the big trade that brings an all-pro defensive tackle to Dallas. Too little, too late. And the college football playoff rankings are out. Texas A&M's position, plus my conversation with Aggies head coach Mike Elko. Free for all starts right now. I'm Mike Ducey. Sam is off tonight. Really entertaining hockey game at the AAC tonight. We dig into that a little bit more coming up. And as we mentioned, lots of college football talk. A&M coach Mike Elko on how he deals with speculation that he might be moving on from College Station. Also, we're talking SMU football with Mustangs radio voice Rich Phillips. But first, on NFL trade deadline day, the Cowboys acquired 2 defensive players, one of them considered among the best at his position. The Jets sending defensive tackle Quentin Williams to Dallas. The Cowboys give up a second-round pick next year, a first-rounder in 2027, and also send Mozzie Smith to New York. Williams is 28 years old, taken in the 2019 draft out of Alabama, 3rd overall, 3-time Pro Bowler, considered one of the top run-stopping defensive tackles in the NFL. ESPN research ranks him as the #1 defensive tackle in the league against the run. In fact, Williams will team with Kenny Clark, who was acquired in the Parsons deal, theoretically to tighten up the Cowboys' run defense. Before Dallas made the Micah trade with the Packers for Clark and draft picks, the Cowboys reportedly had talked with the Jets about acquiring Williams in a deal for Micah. That didn't happen then, but the Cowboys get Williams now. It is likely too late to help the defense improve enough this year to help this team make a playoff run. But Jerry Jones said last night that any moves made today could also be designed to help the team next year and beyond. We'll see about that. Some of Williams' time in New York was spent playing under assistant coach Aaron Whitecotton, now with the Cowboys as their defensive line coach. Reaction now from Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer on the addition of Quentin Williams.
We've played him a couple times, just played him a couple weeks ago